Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel, of course. Welcome back to the program. Another beautiful day. Another reason to keep fighting the good fight. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Another day. I bet you it's a bunch of niggas out here that's not ready to pull them notes out. They're not ready to pull those notes out and defend themselves against these tyrannical tyrants. Ladies, they don't want to step in but be men. They don't want to blame George Soros. Press 1. They don't want to fight the devil. They scared. Press 1. George Soros break them checks. Press 1. Yep, they scared, just like I knew they was gonna be. Press 1. They only can fight as far as their wives and girlfriends and George Soros let them. Press 1. Remember this. I want this to go down in history. Niggas ain't gonna never be free until George Soros say they can be free. Press 1. I know that. Ladies, you might as well just go fuck each other. Go fuck white people, Asian people, Hindus. Don't worry. These niggas right here in America, whether they be Jamaican niggas, Haitian niggas, they all weak. Press 1. No matter what they hairline, no matter what they bench press, these niggas is weak. They afraid, waiting on George Soros, Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates, and Zuckerberg to give them some goddamn freedom. Meanwhile, this is the SS and Zionist, fucking white supremacist, neo-Nazi group y'all swear is the Illuminati that's in the background. No, they ain't in the background. Y'all niggas just afraid, and you getting checks, and these women is afraid too. Press 1. The women is afraid too. They ain't gonna get no more $100,000 damn dollars from goddamn George Soros. All these feminists, grant women, Democratic, part of this open society, get along gang. Press 1. I told you this 2 years ago. Tamika Mallory was $100,000 in, but we ain't even just talking about her. It's a bunch of y'all out there that done sold out your people to burn down communities and play agent for another transfer of power. Press 1. I say these black folk is the worst black people I've ever seen, from Charleston White to Tamika Mallory to Mason to Whack 100 to DJ Academic. It's a poor, there's no smarts from nowhere, nothing at all. Everybody getting a bag to confuse and demoralize the community. I realize that's what social media and all this confusion is. A bunch of COINTELPRO, George Soros paid and bought and paid for niggas. Press 1. Here they go right here. Here go one right here. First of all, listen, I don't give a damn. I don't trust nobody. What Tupac say, don't trust nobody. Press 1. Don't even look over here. Most of you niggas and females don't even bother. I see why y'all notes only go so far. I see why, because y'all afraid to stand up to the Me Too movement created by George Soros. Y'all afraid. Press 1. I'm not afraid of shit. Press 1. I know God. I'm not afraid of damn fucking bunch of women running around talking about survivors of nothing, destroyers of black babies at Planned Parenthood. Press 1. Genocide. Press 1. Genocide. Press 1. That's all it is. It's just genocide. I woke up pissed off. They say, don't say that. They gonna get scared. They gonna hurt you. Only people who gonna hurt me is you. Black people. Anybody else gonna do nothing. The same people telling you shh are the ones who they don't want you to say nothing. Don't think too far. White people know the truth already. Asian people know the truth already. I don't give a fuck about talking about no damn squid and biting their heads off and eating them. They know that's true. I didn't make that up to defame them or defamation. That's for real. They wasn't put into no crack era. This is for, they really eat that. Sometimes you just got to get tired of it. I be wondering where all these people come from. I had a revelation say George Soros. Get him, Kev. Press 1. All this is George Soros' fault. Press 1. Now, and he got your people enslaved, Kev. Press 1. You gotta go get him, Kev. That's because he holds the power of George. Press 1. So this fucking old ass Mr. Burns running around with authoritative powers he don't have. Press 1, assuming positions. His last name is Zabursky or some shit. It ain't even Soros. Press 1. That's too cool of a damn name to give to some old wrinkled up Zionist. Press 1. See how that flow? That's God work. The old wrinkled up Zionist. Press 1. White supremacist Nazi. Press 1. See how that flow? That's God work. No fear, baby. Press 1. I ain't got no warrants. I ain't got no blood on my hands. I ain't committed genocide on my own people. I ain't murdered. I ain't hid the truth. I ain't robbed nobody. Y'all can have the world. Press 1. I ain't got to be cool over there. I don't want those women that you fuck with. Press 1. I don't even want them, G. There's no reason for us to have any contact behind this right here. Because y'all niggas got the women, my mama movement. Press 1. And allowing these people to dictate. Press 1. To dictate, well, look at the title. Open Society Foundations announces grants to help black activists make their work more sustainable. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe. Bought and paid for by George Soros. You hear me? I'm up here trying to figure out life's mystery. Press 1 and here this shit is. We would already figured it out 2 years ago. Press 1. We already figured it out. I told you. This Open Society Foundation is the ideological subversion of subversion. Press 1. First of all, George is the hedge fund manager. That means he's the head guy for the hedge fund. Press 1. This is what I'm looking for. A motherfucking hedge fund. Press 1. And how you hold so much authority in America. Y'all females and women don't niggas, black women and men have let every other nation, now let me make it bigger, capitalize off of you. Capitalize off of you. Huh? Press 1. Huh? You got an Asian woman with a Black Panther, fight rape, feminist, fight racism shirt, blending right on. Got the older sister right there, Me Too movement, she just marching to be a part of, right? With the hat on. Right next to her is the Latina or whatever nationality she is. Right in the middle is our sister. Press 1. It's supposed to be Breast Survivors March. Hashtag Me Too. Press don't turn into a whole communist manifesto. I thought this was about cancer and breast. Nah, that's a war gimmick. Press no, hell no. Look in the back. Unite to fight patriarchy. How you gonna fight the patriarchy? Press 1. How you gonna fight the patriarchy? This is look, People's Congress of Resistance Communist Movement. Press 1. Shut them down. Press 1. Law enforcement. This is ideological subversion at its finest. KGB officers are on YouTube talking about how to take over and overthrow free societies by subverting the rights of the organic peoples of that nation. Press 1. And white women and black women ain't got nothing in common when we all go home and face our democratic communities. Nothing. We are destroyed people by way of George Soros and his goddamn multi-billion-dollar grants out of their own funds, press 1, to destroy themselves. I bet you that's how it go down. I bet you that's how it go down. Every other nation get they benefit from you. This is the perfect picture, the perfect example of how mediocre tutorial peoples and all the other peoples get in with a fitting. Check this out. On Wednesday, more than a dozen black social justice activists will be awarded $150,000 each to continue their often decades-long work for civil rights and to perhaps worry less about paying their... Now, let's take this over to Soros. The real fellowship equality program that I've told you guys about. Y'all think I just be up here talking shit? No, I'm for real. I'm Columbo, for real. Press 1. I'm not your average YouTuber. I'll come on when I like because it takes time to prep for this. Press 1. You ain't gonna help me. I realize I can't depend on nobody. Just gotta go. Fuck it. Press 1. Gotta go. Now we gotta go. Alex T. Tom. Press 1. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it down packed. Let's see who's here. Come on. This is Open Society. This is George Soros' website. Soros Equality Fund. Press 1. See? I'm not making this up. This is for real. Y'all playing around being entertained by the liberals and letting these people use communist tactics to take you over. Now, one of these people black. Alex T. Tom. Ain't no such thing as Alex T. Tom in his homeland. And there's not one Alex T. Tom where he from. Press 1. Barbara Humby Horeta. Press 1. Bernadette Artuani, a person from across the ocean. Okay? Kara Page. Kathy Dang Santa Ana. That's 2 counties in Los Angeles. Ain't that a bitch? Dred Scott. Wait a minute. That sounds familiar. Abele Efedigabo. Press 1. Abele Efedigabo. Press 1. I said Adele Efedigabo. Press 1. Let's go. Fabiana Rodriguez. Press 1. Free Egafumi. Free Egunfimi. Free Egunfimi. I bet you that means free women or some crazy shit. These are the names. Hannah Kim. Press 1. Imara Jones. Press 1. Imara Jones. And who's you? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, please help me. Help me, Lord. Press 1. Help these people see today. Not today. Not today. I'm going to show the whole thing. Y'all got us fucked up. This is what's going on in the communities. Everybody making money when we going to prison, having our heritage snatched up. Every time it's time for this beneficiary checkup date to come on, y'all get to marching in the street and destroying communities, and they supposed to be holding, giving us our reparations and shit. I told you it was something to that. This in Mara Jones. Press 1. Let's keep going. Let's see how much she get. She get $100,000. She in Brooklyn. Press 1. So she around on my screen somewhere out there trolling Kev. Please don't get to the truth. Let's check out Morning Star Gali. Press 1. Another. Oh my goodness. Press 1. Morning Star. How much she get? 50,000. 60,000. She from Elk Grove, California. Another Asiatic pretending to be black. Gonna hide in with the Native American. Then gonna claim white on the census. Press 1. I'm not doing it this time. I'm not going another year being quiet. Reginald Moore is up next. Press 1. Now look at this one. Sadhu Akbar Kidaberi, or whatever his name is. Oh, her name is. Press 1. She gets 100,000. Press 1. She got 100 racks. And you got a PPP loan charge. Press 1. When you could have signed up for George Soros program. Press 1. Tamika D. Mallory. Press 1. Tamika D. Mallory. Press 1. See? Tamika D. Mallory. George Soros. Press 1. Right before the what? All right then. We'll seek to build a framework and provide coaching to black churches and institutions to strengthen their ability to use intersectional approaches in their social justice advocacy. Oh my goodness.
Shame.
Oh, let's click on this one.
Shame.
How much you getting?
Shame.
Tamika D. Mallory, She gets 100 grand. Press 1. She will seek. Mallory is nationally recognized activist, is a champion of the new civil rights movement. In 2017, she gained global recognition as one of the 4 co-chairs of the Women's March on Washington, with participation from 5 million people worldwide. Her role in the march landed Mallory on the, oh my goodness. Give the Cadillac back, George Soros. Get it back. Kev Gills is here, man. Get the Cadillac. Reimburse the Cadillac, Tamika. Give it back. This is what y'all take. George Soros, the hedge fund management for probably your beneficiary. So on one end, you supposed to be probably getting reparations and the estate, and your ass is over here talking about, we want to be slave, give us something. Press 1.
Shame.
Donald Trump like, hold on, bro.
Shame.
Right before Tamika came around,
Shame.
BET founder was like, we estimating about $6 or $7 trillion. I said, we gonna hold out because you never negotiate like that. We don't want the first. They say 6 or 7 trillion. I want 30 trillion after the first initial payment. I want 30 trillion from 5 years after that. Press 1. We want another 30, just like y'all gave Israel. Another one. Press 1. No, we don't want Tamika to get another Cadillac, George Soros. Press 1. No. She can't help. That's why they failures. That's why black leadership failed, because they all took money from George Soros and didn't do, and no, they completed their pledge. Press 1. Enemies of the community. I prove things beyond facts. I'm not just here to entertain you. I'm an entertainer, yeah. I will entertain you right to the truth. Right to the truth. I know my people. I know me. I like to be entertained too, you know. So how Tamika is going to talk to black churches and she not in her word of God? She with the Nation of Islam. Press 1. How she going to go to black churches when she with the Nation of Islam? How you gonna go around to law and black law and all that, and you in that? You can't talk about reparation. You can't talk about reconstruction, redemption, salvaging, nothing. Only thing these people can do is say, George Soros, give us another 100,000 and we'll go fuck shit up for them, because they about to get reparation. George Soros don't want you to get no damn, don't want you to be the beneficiary of your own estate. He want to be the manager. He want to be the trustee guy who says, no, you not ready yet to be man in the world. Press 1. You no free. Press 1. How did America get to a point where they can openly allow George Soros to remain a free man, knowing he coop whole nations? They specialize in cooping whole nations. Press 1. In fact, speaking of cooping whole nations, here's Mr. Bolton talking about this openly live on the air. Listen.
I don't know that I agree with you. To be fair, with all due respect, one doesn't have to be brilliant to attempt a coup.
I disagree with that. As somebody who has helped plan coup d'etat, not here, but other places, it takes a lot of work, and that's not what he did. It was just stumbling around from one idea to another.
I don't know that I agree with you. To be fair, with all due respect, one doesn't have to be brilliant to attempt a coup.
I disagree with that. As somebody who has helped plan coup d'etat, not here, but other places.
Of course not here. And what you planning coup d'etats in other places for? That's illegal for you to even admit live on the air like that. He should be arrested. This world has played its last card on earth. You should just arrest him. Joe Biden got 21 point something grams on Instagram. Press 1, smoking dope. Smoking dope, big dope. They playing coup d'etats. All of them should be arrested. Y'all don't lost y'all mind. Y'all worried about some damn trans movement. No, don't let these
unknown caller
trip you up into this homosexual trans talk. It's bigger than that. This has something to do with George Soros putting these groups, the gay people and the trans don't even agree with these online borderline gay and trans. Press 1. I'm going to do an interview.
I'm from Chicago.
Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, Professor? It's Coop from Chicago.
Talk to me.
Hey, I got like a minute and a half, but hey, man, that dude admitted to treason and war crimes on national television.
Yes.
That little clip you just played. And also, Tamika Mallory and the rest of them people who you just listed all need to be charged with treason.
Of course.
Every last one of them.
Every last one of them. Black Lives Matter members, too. They were, forget the, they said Trump was trying to pull off a coup. No, these communists was pulling off a coup, trying to make it look like that's what he was doing.
Stuff was on fire, man. Stuff was messed up.
Who did most of the destruction?
The activists.
What did they cover it as?
What riots?
But what did they use as an excuse to do so?
The shootings. Like George Floyd, Jacob Blake.
That's right. So why is Steven Jackson in O Block hanging out, talking about checking in, advertising murder and stuff when you just said your brother George Floyd? Why are you in O Block advocating for death and destruction and checking in as if that's what we got to do with criminals? They need to be arrested.
Yeah, I don't know who that man was. I'm gonna look at the video again.
That's Bolton.
I'll go back.
That's Bolton.
What's his name?
John Bolton.
John Bolton.
John Bolton. He been around this shit since I don't know when.
Yeah, I ain't like that. He said not here, somewhere else. No, you did plan coops here.
That's right.
Because y'all all come from the 1994 crime bill and before that. I'm not listening no more. I gotta go. I gotta go, man.
You, champ, I love you, Coop. That's where I want you.
Yeah, love you too, Professor.
That man gonna be at work flipping out. Press 1. He gonna be at Amazon or wherever he at doing boxes. I ain't talking to nobody. Press 1. No, God damn it. We were just talking about the coup. The coup happened in what? My man Said hit me up. Where's Said at? Said need to call it in. Said hit me up and say, hey, Kev, was that OJ trial a distraction from the coup? From the trust? Yes. I don't even need to, yes. I didn't even think about it. Yes. Damn it. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, don't even ask. Yes. Good one. Wait a minute. OJ? Freeway? What the fuck? Nothing.
Unknown caller.
I know it don't look like many of us, but it's good people in my chat, from white people to Asians and black folk. I just be talking shit. I'm the host, but it's great people behind Kev Rowe and Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air?
Hey, what's up, Kev? I just want to say one thing. When you just said they need to be arrested,
yes.
Coming out of the mouth of a person that come from where you come from,
yes,
from where I come from, these kind of places. That's why you're urban conservative. That's a great fitting name. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, champion. My man.
All right.
Yes.
All right, yo.
Yes, sir. My man says, see, that's why you the urban, because that's why that's like perfect for you. You are the urban conservative. You from South Central, Figueroa, EBT at Jack in the Box on Vernon and the Figueroa Press. You talking about arrest that man? That's right, because I read all these books behind me. I don't want to be no damn criminal no more. I don't think we criminals. I think they criminals. I think they turned our people into criminals. I think they destroy our communities and make the situation so that we have nothing left but to snatch something. Snatching something become fun. Stealing honey buns is just a part of growing up. What? Fighting and doing all this shit y'all see wilding over YouTube and all this, and they got all this to say. That's because we are a product. Not everybody got the same mind frame as me. I was lucky to have my father, my mother, my stepmother, my
unknown caller,
family members, 10 aunties, 12 I was really you know what I'm saying? Looking back at all the guidance you get, even from the game niggas, it's like they lead good niggas right. You know what I'm saying? Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
What up, it's Ed, G? What's
Talk
going
to
on?
me, King. Now, you talked to me about the OJ thing. Run that back to us.
All right, so you know what really made me think about it? I was trying to figure. I was like, what else happened around this time? Because I was asking some of my coworkers. They're older than I am. They got kids around my age, and I was like, do y'all remember the '94 crime bill? And they was like, no. Well, and I was like, well, what was going on around that time for them not to have remembered it or remember them even talking about it? So I went and started looking at what happened that year. So around July the 13th is when the news broke about O.J. Simpson being accused of killing his wife or his ex-wife or whatever. So I go and look and say, okay, so when did they sign the bill? Well, in September the 13th, they signed the bill, and then 13 days later, they had O.J. in court trying to see if they're going to be able to charge him for murder.
Wow.
Yes, sir. You know what's crazy about it, too?
What?
Remember we watched a video with Joe Biden. He was saying, like, somebody hit your wife or your mom or one of your parents in the head with a pipe.
Yeah.
And how did they say O.J. killed his ex-wife?
He stabbed her up.
Stabbed her up, bro. It was like a perfect match between the two from what Joe Biden was actually saying and what they say O.J. did.
Man, Kev, you know what, bro? O.J. in that situation changed everything. People in L.A. know this because we real jail-like knowledgeable. So, like, damn, even the average gangbanger who was around at the time will tell you, when that shit fucked up, OJ fucked up everything. It was really not OJ, but the overall plot. Go ahead.
Right. And it was saying that he is supposed to be tried by a jury of peers, but they dismissed the jury because of something going on with the jury was going on. I can't remember exactly what it was, but they dismissed the jury, and the judge was able to You said what?
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, the judge was able to decide that they were going to take him to court or start the case just off her own rule.
Now, check this.
So the Magna Carta says, yeah.
Go ahead. The chat is bugging.
The Magna Carta. The Magna Carta says that you're supposed to be judged by a jury of your peers. But they sent the jury out, which offset the Magna Carta because the judge ruled without the jury deciding.
Damn. You're right.
Yeah, the dude in the video was talking about the case. He was saying it was a hoax and everything but what he was saying, like, that offset the Magna Carta up until present day because of that one case, and that case can be brought back up later on now because it happened like that.
Now check this out. Somebody in the chat room said vote or die, ballot or the bullet. Somebody else said the Rodney King beating.
Yeah, because what was Rodney King, 91?
Yeah, 92 was
the crime.
92 was the UWAP.
What was that?
That's the we was watching
Oh, that was the 13th Amendment too.
The 13th Amendment. What you call it?
The revision.
The revision, which was the 94 crime bill, was the early stages of the 94 crime bill.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It was a long, act. We could say it was an act.
Yes, it was a long theatrical over sequence to distract you from what was up as far as beneficiary, because legally you're entitled to what's owed to you. So to offset your awareness a little, all that went on around that time. Even because
they said
Eazy-E.
Yeah, bro. They brought up all of those people in that little video I watched. He was saying too, like, OJ's cases was one of the first few to ever be shown on TV. And I think they said Ted Bundy was the first person to be their case be shown on TV, and that was 1984. The same numbers again. The same 1984, all in the same time period, bro.
Look, Colors, New Jack City, Menace to Society, all these movies came out before the crime bill. Look at it, my people.
Oh, snap.
Look at them. Look at them work.
Straight propaganda.
Look at them, because we know what happened to us. We know. We just don't. Why? But look at that. Colors, New Jack City, Menace to Society. Bro, that's deep, bro. Who paid for that? That's all Weinstein.
When was Juice?
Huh?
When was Juice?
I don't know.
When did Juice come out?
Type that in. I love this show. Urban
Juice is about the same thing, too. Damn, I didn't know all the movies came out before that.
Yeah, bro, because you got to think of it from a propaganda. We thugs and criminals until we get, like Pac was saying, but he understood, like, we thugs and criminals and we not capable. We babies. Remember, they put the pacifier in old boy mouth and had him wearing pigtail with the barrettes?
Yeah.
Boom!
Yeah, Marlon. Damn. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, bro. Makes a lot of sense.
Yo.
And even from all of that, bro, they, like you said, bro, it was a double down. It wasn't a double up. It was a double down, bro.
Down. On the ignorance.
Because even out of all of that, if they couldn't get you with the, yeah, bro, if they couldn't get you with the crime bill.
21, ace of spade, break, miss or hit and miss. They not even playing poker. They not playing chess. They playing straight death. Like, what's that cowboy on that movie Tombstone? Oh my goodness! What's the cowboy? He had the ace of spades all the time.
I can't remember.
He was always sick, but he killed old boy at the end. He symbolized the Undertaker, the death. To show you, somebody said.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one.
Right. Look at that,
bro. So look though, if they couldn't get you with the '94 crime bill, they got you with the bio. They try to get you with a bioweapon.
Like what? Oh. Fauci.
Injections, bro.
Crack injection. Crack.
Yes.
Crack injection. Oh, shit. You're brilliant.
They couldn't get you with the drugs. They got you with
the drugs.
Vaccination.
They had to hit you with a biological chemical agent to...
Bro, they funded all of that out of the trust, bro.
Huh? Say it again?
They funded all of that out of the trust. I'm watching, bro. I pulled the Kev Gills, bro. I pulled the Kev Gills, bro. I started watching C-SPAN last night about Project Bioshield, bro. Boringest shit I ever seen, bro. But, bro, they had this whole planned out from early 2000s.
Of course. Well, they had it planned out before, but we got to be able to explain this correctly, you know, and you did a great job at breaking that down.
I appreciate it, sir.
I appreciate you, my man. Thank you for the call, my man. 424-209-9506. If you got some intelligence to bring to the table, see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, people can go to jail if it's about our trust. If it's about our beneficiaries and our position, and no, bruh. Even in your weakest level, even in your insaneness, you got to know this. Even though you probably can't even touch it because you legally insane and don't know who you is, you got to know this. You got to know this. They beat you up chemically. They put the drugs, they put the AIDS. Fauci been doing this since I don't know when, like Chief Keef said. It'd be like I'm supposed to be doing something else, like being cool or something like that. Don't be trying to change the subject like, nigga's supposed to be a nigga. No, we supposed to be thinking about y'all. Whenever you got a president up here, we talking about the 94 crime bill. Come on, Jack. That's Joe Biden all the way. His 94 crime bill. He was calling us all type of shit right here. All bunch. He said he don't care if he said this. I don't care if we put them in this position. We need them out. I can't even remember what he said. Next to Charleston White. This is the most disrespectful shit I ever heard. This fool said, nigga, we need to, nigga, damn near, I don't know if it was eradicate. I lost conscious. My brain went into a safe place. When that type of trauma, my shit went into goddamn, I started thinking I was at McDonald's again with the McScruff and the burglar, the hamburglar. I just went to my fun place. I said, ain't no way in hell this went in front of people, human beings. I'm sitting up here living my life wondering why we fucked up. This fool up here talking shit, explaining it. Because we did this. We need to do this to them. Let's take a listen. It'll be the 7-8 minutes worst thing you ever heard.
Very straightforward and simple. He knows there are two basic steps here. One step is you must take back the streets. And you take back the streets by more cops, more prisons, more physical protection for the people. He also understands what my friend from Texas understands, and he doesn't talk a lot about.
This nigga said, boy, we had some Republicans back in the day with barbed wire, hang them high. Press 1. That's what he said. Unbelievable.
But he signed on to in this bill. He also understands there's a need to keep people who are first-time offenders, who are nonviolent offenders, or who are potential first-time offenders who haven't gotten. I yield myself an additional
potential first-time, but that's against the law. What the fuck you mean potential first-time? That's why all of us got cases, because we was potentially. You know, when we watch cops in this one, we say, why you pull me over? You suspect me of doing the crime? Well, what crime? No. I don't know. What you doing? Press 1. That's why they have a internal Nazi. You live under Nazi rule. Wake up.
Not like this. Not like this.
You live under Nazi rule. Ain't no way we supposed to allow. I don't care if you Hebrew, Israelite, Muslim, nothing. I don't care about that. You black. Ain't no way he be saying shit like barbed wire and we hang them high. And y'all allocating more time and there's no, sir, arrest that man for the nigger talk. That's one. We don't do that here in America. What happened? Because they still in trust and they're trying to validate it scientifically and implement it legally so you'll be unaware and thrown off your rocker about what benefits you're truly entitled to.
3 minutes, who in fact are people who are getting themselves into the crime stream for the first time, that they should be diverted from the system. So I hope this crime bill, when it passes, the Biden-Hatch crime bill, as it becomes law, God willing, I hope that we will have ended once and for all
we was hunted.
This notion that is a hangover from the 60s, that somehow Democrats are weak on crime and Democratic presidents are weak on crime.
So they doing this to show how big and balls they got. Okay, I guess the Democrats are trying not to be considered weak on crime. Let's see how this works out. Meanwhile, we getting jacked up, drugs put in our communities, drugs put on us, being addicted, destroying our community, and they thinking of it like, oh, they passed the paperwork and let's see how this works. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Coffee and Kush TV, a country ran by sociopaths. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Professor. Good afternoon. This is Brian King. How you doing?
I'm blessed. What's going on?
Yes, sir. So we were talking about 94 and trying to, figure out what was going on at that time. My spirit said, let me look up 94 and try to find a scripture that might relate to this. So I found Psalm 94. And in Psalm 94, God talked to me. He showed me the connection. I'm sorry, I just had a moment. I actually was crying a moment
exactly
ago.
What you mean. Take your time and express yourself. I know the moment and everything, bro. Trust me, I've been there. Go ahead. He pointed you right where you needed to go and understand for you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to take the chance to Florida to read this off to you and the show, the rest of the platform.
Go ahead, champ.
This is King James Version, Psalm 94. It reads, O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, shew thyself. Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth, render a reward to the proud. Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph? How long shall they utter and speak hard things, and all the workers of inequity boost themselves? They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger and murder the fatherless. Yet they say the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, yea, brutish among the people, and yea, fools, when will ye be wise? He that planteth the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that casteth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastest. O Lord, that teaches him, O Lord, and teaches him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said my foot slipped, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comfort delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, with frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense, and my God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yeah, the Lord of our God shall cut them off. So that's the end of it, sir. I don't know if you can hear me, sir.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yep. Did you hear me? I don't know if you heard me.
I heard you, bro. I heard you. I had my sound off, so I wouldn't interfere with what you were saying. Go ahead. But that's directly tied to what we're breaking down.
Yes, sir. So yeah, that was directly. I mean, it talks about them messing with the heritage, stealing from it. It talks about him saying, "Don't worry, I did not forget about you all that hear me," and it's following the word. So and I had to stand up and say it because it was one of those moments where it said it right there. So I just wanted to read that. And I want to let that
shows assurance that this is already written, and do not be afraid and let your heart get you in your feelings and think about crazy stuff. It's already written. God already won. This is just the revealing of it. It's a won battle. That's why they scrambling. Because us figuring it out, we won. They lost. This is testimony. This testimony that you just related that to the Word of God gives a better understanding of stolen inheritance, rather than a Mickey Mouse version of religious only. This is a legal matter, sir, and biblical. This scripture is law and history. Period.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, champion.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
My man, that's right. It's law. Once you figure that out, you ready to be a free person. Yeah, wait a minute. This is all. Yes, sir. It's all. All is all. Whoever getting you to deny God and the Word of God is Antichrist. I don't care who it is. Whoever gotten you to turn away from God, His Word, the law, which is His authoritative commands, then that's on you. That's on you. I'm not here to persuade you. There's no persuasion. There's no other book ever that you can call in on earth and say, oh man, that relates to our history and how, man, that's no other body gives you redemption. There's no savior in no other book.
Unknown call.
God didn't send you another a savior to know. Nigga, this for you. What you talking about? I'm tired of people treating God like he's some punk walking around or in the sky flying around like Superman, talking about, hey, can I help you? You need a wish? You need a wish? You need a wish? Can I have one wish? Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air?
Hi, it's Forrest Boy, sir. How are you?
Bless. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I wanted to call in because of the topic that you all are speaking about, and especially because of SED and what he was saying as far as the biomedical type stuff and the thoughts that I had yesterday as well. Yeah. If I could share just some of the stuff that I wrote down.
Of course.
Okay, so I guess for many years I've been studying kind of this subject and didn't really understand like why I was so engrossed in it and almost, I guess you could say kind of obsessed, just study. Right. And I was like, one day, for whatever reason, I'm going to be able to use this information. And I really feel like, this is what it is. So I just wanted to share just a couple of things. I won't hold y'all long, but I was kind of looking at the grand scheme of things and how it all plays into what you've taught us. And I wanted to know, why am I learning this, and why do they not like us as a people when I just simply thought, people are racist and they just don't like black people, and this is why.
Right. I just thought you was just racist or something. No.
Yeah,
it's deep. It's really like it's a defense mechanism,
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So as I was looking through and all the studying I've done, you notice that they started at the very inception, as in the womb, of course, and how they have certain chemicals that in their injections that will hurt black women, and it makes our wombs turn against themselves, and to almost basically spontaneously get rid of the baby. So there's an attack. Right. So there's an attack there. And then, so if the black man makes it past the womb and he actually, makes it into the world, then he's then laid there and, injected with other things as well. That from birth can affect his brain. And so knowing that black boys are, I think it's around like 243%, give or take, more likely to end up with brain injuries as it relates to the injections. So for me, I'm like, why is it the black boys are like that? And you think about it and you're like, well, they wanted it that way. But I didn't know at the time why they wanted it that way, but you taught me that they want the black man to be a minor forever.
Yes, they need them retarded. They need them retarded.
Yes.
They need you there, but they need you sleep enough and retarded and deformed so you can lay there and not know we taking your everything, your estate. Just go gang bang, go kill yourself, go rob something. Go do something that the rapper said do. Go ahead.
Absolutely, yes. So, I'm just like sitting there thinking, and I'm like, I mean, of course, I'm not going to say it's smart because it's very evil,
Right.
this whole system that they have. But like to think of it in like, well, I can attack him as a child
Yes.
and make it where he is a child forever because he's not able to grow up or have the cognitive ability to
Yes.
even get out of the web that we have created for him.
If he decides at that, say he mentally is growing out of this
Right.
world, trying his best to do spurts, that he will encounter mental and electrical shock therapy that
Yes.
will put him back into his. You dealing with Nazi stuff right here. We'll put him back into his childlike state. You know, and we
Yes.
let him know. So
Yes.
we got to think about it this way. Go ahead.
Yes, because I have, I've seen cases, and I've, have some family that are young men who are adults or almost adults, and they are childlike. You know, what I mean, like, they have to be taken care of. There is, where the doctor will tell you, like, you're going to have to change diapers forever. Like, this young man is not going to be able to make it on his own.
Yes.
And so, if you have that attack on them, then you don't have to worry about that guy. You know what I'm saying? Because he's always going to be childlike in the mind. So attacking the blood-brain barrier with the different chemicals and things of that nature can really,
he'll never be able
make
to
that
think
happen.
for himself and grow
Right,
out
yes,
of,
sir.
and even the low confidence. There's going to be so much against the
Yes.
Afro-American child. They'll never get to their full potential of knowing what truly
Yes.
happened to them,
Yes.
or getting back into what they should be. Go ahead.
Right. And so then if they make it past and, they're not injured in that degree, then you put them into a school system that tells them lies and tells them that they were slaves and that they were nothing. And you ingrain that from grade school
And you
until
come
high
from
school.
us. We was the first civilized.
Right.
You was savage, and you had an Indian head or an African Indian feather or African bone in your nose.
Right.
You was not civilized. That's all you.
Exactly.
We wore clothes like this, and y'all wore.
Right.
That's cold.
Yes.
That's the worst thing you can do is make me look like, what the fuck did I'm learning? That's where I come from. Ain't no argument then, sir. I'm obeying because obviously
Exactly.
y'all was dirt. Y'all got nice clothes and I was a savage.
Yes. And so then I'm like, well, then if they don't believe the history, and they get past that, because I definitely had my, reservations. Like, I don't know if y'all telling me the truth, but, if they make it past that, then that's when the industry, the music comes in and you decide, let's cater to or, put our music out to encourage them to kill one another, to encourage them to, have disrespect for self, to not, to uphold or protect the black women that they're supposed to love. And, the shedding of innocent blood. So it was just like, yesterday I was amazed and just thinking they thought about everything.
Yeah.
And, really put different lanes and avenues. Like, oh, well, if I can't get you here, I'm going to get you there. And so I was looking at the snares that the enemy had set and was just astonished, just trying to process it all. And of course I could, go on, and I have lots of notes and stuff, but I just want to share, the thoughts that I had jotted down yesterday, and just want to thank you for, helping me understand why I was studying this and to make sense of it all. It's not just that they're racist, that they don't like us, but that we are indeed, the children of God. So I just want to say thank you.
And heirs and benefits to the whole. Yeah, and I say heirs to my Democrat society is moving. They coming along with us, and they just like, well, do we get anything for coming? Well, there is.
I know.
See,
right, there is
a Democrat brain is always trying to wheel and deal. So say you're right. What do we get? Even though we've been hating it all the time, you gotta look out for everybody. Yes, there's a victory.
Yes, sir. So thank you.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, there's something. It's a big reward. It's the biggest thing you can think of. It's called freedom and emancipation. Motherfucking free to express yourself. Press 1. Don't you want to think freely without fucking Democratic potholes fucking up your growth? Press 1. Gang violence. Niggas drinking 211s early in the morning while you on your way to elementary school. Press 1. Ain't it a time limit around this bitch? Why evil don't got no time limit, but I do? Evil can keep guns and shit, but I can't. One evil can talk the way it want to, but I can't. That don't make sense. I don't have these restrictions. Hell,
Unknown caller.
this world is too easy, too evil, not to be able to talk right stuff.
Jennifer Easton.
Jennifer Easton, nice to meet you. You on the air? What up, Jen?
Hello. Hi. Let me take care of my computer. Sorry. How are you, Kev?
Blessed. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been enjoying your shows, and you're really challenging me to think about things and connect some dots. So I want to say thank you for that.
Yeah, what you connect? What you got?
Wow, I was just connecting dots with the previous caller, and what she was saying, I wanted to dovetail and add that Dr. Timothy Jarrell Cunningham, he was a graduate of Morehouse College in Atlanta and Harvard University. He was a naval officer, medical intelligence officer for the CDC.
Really?
He drowned, and this was right around the time that he started putting things together with what was being done to black boys when it comes to vaccination.
From a like in a neuroscience perspective, like a scientific standpoint.
Yeah, he was a doctor, and this happened.
Are they targeting Afro Americans through science specifically? They probably got bioagents that attack direct to Afro Americans, knowing our genes and stuff. But go ahead.
Yeah, it has been confirmed that bioweapons can be specific to race. So there are, and that was what Dr. Timothy Jarrell Cunningham was finding.
Good.
Is that, yeah, well, he was, I don't want to say, but a naval officer drowning, and he was also afraid for his life.
Yes.
This happened just a few years ago.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make that connection that this particular brother, who, he did everything right according to society. He went to college. He became a doctor.
Yes.
And the thing about his legacy, I don't hear people talk about him in the black
We don't know.
spheres. You know what I'm saying?
We don't really know. That's why I'm here breaking this down, and we don't really talk about any heroes that have passed away and are hidden martyrs of truth, because we allow foreign operative and mercenaries and police departments to kill them and not ask no questions. Like Nipsey said, y'all gonna ride for me? Yeah, we ride. Nipsey passed away. Kevin Gillespie, the only one out here, still to this day, still ain't corrected on the Nipsey Hussle situation. But it's a lonely ride. In truth, you can't trust nobody. People out to get you. You don't know who sent them.
And that's what happened.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I can imagine with a naval officer who took an oath and held and did everything right, stumbled across to have that same system. Reminds me of something like Enemy of the State, to have the same system turn on you. And those are the mercenaries who need to be caught, tried. Anybody a part of these programs need to be caught, tried for treason if they not snitching on their overlords. I promise you, they don't, man, if they keep fucking with me, I'm gonna stop smoking, run for some office somewhere to apply authority.
I love it. Well, I hope more people will circle back to his story, because I believe a lot of answers to this current bioweapon that was released.
Say his name again so they can research.
Okay, his name is Dr. Timothy Jarrell, and that's with a Jerrell Cunningham.
Okay.
And it's a murder mystery. I call it a medical murder mystery. I did a video about him.
It's only a mystery if you don't know what happened. See, you just told me the story and understanding what they did here, and we were just talking about this was said and for his glory, and here you are. I'm not giving no benefit of the doubt. There's no plausible deniability. I'm not giving them shit. They got to explain it. They the defendant, not me.
Yeah.
Don't give them nothing. Well, they guilty until prove they self-innocent.
Yeah, they're guilty because he was scared. He was scared for his life. He was telling his friends to, like, lose his number. He knew that they were after him because he was going to reveal and whistleblow.
Good.
And I think especially black men, should definitely look into what he found because it was targeting black boys.
You know what? You need to get your notes together. Come over. We'll do a show on it, and you can break it down. See, we can't depend on nobody.
Oh, good. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? All you got to do is send me a text and then say, Kev, I'm ready. I want to talk about this neuroscience. Boom, because this is what I'm on. Urban Conservative is right here. So I thank you for the call. Anything else?
Thank you. That's it. God bless you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. This ain't no easy thing. Yeah, people are afraid for their damn life because, first of all, it ain't even supposed to be saying nothing. Then a brother like myself is not even supposed to come and awake. You feel me? I'm not even supposed to, a person like you're not even supposed to wake up. So if you want to come harm me for waking up and doing what I'm supposed to do,
unknown caller.
That's what you said we should do. Foreign and domestic food, that's you too. Foreign and domestic, that's you too.
Accept.
Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. Kev Gills.
Hi, this is Laura. I was just listening to the last caller, and I'm a little late to the show, but I think I've told you about Timothy Cunningham before. So he was basically like an investigator of pathogens for the CDC.
Gotcha.
Like he was high ranking. And so I told you about it before because there was an article that he supposedly was anonymous to, but after he went missing, they released information about what they had supposedly interviewed him for, and that was the flu shot.
Okay.
So I think it was 2017, 2018, or either 2018, 2019. Do you remember when, especially in California, they were setting up triage stations outside of the hospital, and they even had pictures of people in hazmat suits, and supposedly the flu was extraordinarily bad that year, and they were saying that it was a leaky vaccine. So therefore, because you got the vaccine, you were getting sick, and then after the uproar, if you want to call it an uproar, but people did, the media did report on it. They said that you have to get 2 flu vaccines that year. And it was the first time I'd ever heard of that. Oh, now magically you're oh, it doesn't work, get 2 in 1 year. That's weird, right? So also his pet project on the side, because he was a man of color, he went into communities of lower income, lower class, if you will, at least in American capitalist standards. And he was looking at what you would call these comorbidities now that we keep hearing about in the COVID speak, So basically diabetics and all of these precursors to different genetic diseases, as they call him.
Specifically, yeah, go ahead.
So he was going to, I think, if I had to, and I have scoured the internet, as I'm sure your previous caller had, there is so little information about this situation. But I think that the flu shot was the precursor to what was going on. I think that they knew all along it was going to quote unquote fail, even though I don't think it's actually failing. And I think that what the influenza shot had changed, and I think it had a certain amount of the new technology in it. And then they went full force into the COVID vaccine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So basically, I think that what is involved in this is CRISPR. And also at the beginning of the pandemic, they had Dr. Peter Hotez always on the television, on all stations, Fox included. And what he is a parasitologist from Baylor University, which is in Waco, Texas. But he was trained at Rockefeller. And Rockefeller back in the old days, and I think I told you this too, had a campaign in the South especially because everyone was infected with heartworm and it was considered a lazy person disease.
Gotcha.
So all of these things connect.
So
and
when
I think
they call
what
black
CRISPR
people lazy, is especially back in the day with the propaganda you talking about, it was more related scientifically and began to produce like, okay, black people are lazy, but in the medical field, there's a term for that.
Well, listen, it wasn't just black people, and I would say arguably that it had...
Okay, let's not just say black people, but we know that they really pushed that on black people.
Well, listen, this is interesting, though.
It's a medical term for lazy black people.
Well, I don't know if it's lazy.
What was the term you just?
What if they're not lazy? Like the caller before was.
Hold on. Lethargic. Is that what it's called? Lethargic?
Yes, but arguably, I think that was based on the white population.
No, if you look at the propaganda being used, white lady, that's being used on the black man ever since the fall.
Right. But yet they're supposedly the ones that did all the legwork to build America, which I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying, how is that indicative to being lazy?
No. It's not. It's a reason to keep them in a medical. See, if you want to take somebody and steal somebody's trust, and you're going through these limbs, then one thing you have to do is make them mentally incapable. Okay, so we're
the crop share thing. Listen,
we're going from the perspective of the theft of something.
See what I'm saying, though? What I'm telling you is the hookworms make the white population of the South lazy. Literally, redneck, the term, it was a skin problem that people that were white were having because their bodies were not able to, like, get nutrition because the hookworms suck all your nutrition. You see what I'm saying? So then you have, like, the crop share farmers with the syphilis and the Tuskegee
But we were
experiment.
talking about laziness. What do you mean it sucks?
Because the whites were suffering from being lazy. The blacks were not. The blacks had the strength. They had to come in with a way, like, look at, like, George Washington Carver with the peanut.
Say we had to come in. Say we.
Yes.
Say we. Say we.
Well, I mean, I wasn't alive at the time, and I'm not a scientist, but I'm seeing what's happening.
You got to say we came in because you're a part of Manifest Destiny. You profited from that. Your grandparents and your great-grandparents are the ones who performed this Manifest Final Destination ass shit. So when you say that, just be honest and say we. Okay? That's all I ask.
I can say that we, if you study like ancient Rome or something, which is our like, but it's all important because it all fits in.
Just say we, Laura.
And now they're coming after.
Speak from the perspective of the overtaker, the conqueror.
I understand that you would think that, but I don't think it's a common knowledge
what school
person.
Did you go to? What school did you graduate from? You're smart. What you went to?
I
didn't go to school. I didn't go to school.
I will never.
Okay,
I will
so
never
you had a great life where you have zucchini breakfast
all the
and
time.
zucchini
but
toast.
Look. You had the
But I had the rough end, Laura, and I had to catch you and pass you up.
I am
now
aware.
You went to all these schools, and now I'm teaching you.
They had to take everything away from you.
We had to take everything away from you, Laura. Say it. Say it to me.
We played an active role in such a demise.
Against who? Say it.
Against indigenous peoples everywhere.
Just say Afro-American in America. Right now, we're talking about us.
a part of it, yes, for sure.
All of it,
and
Laura.
but it's not about race because the problem is
let us
it's
get to
about
that, Laura.
science.
We know that.
And I
My
figured
class
out
is diverse. Why is it so hard? You don't got to explain.
I'm not trying to. I was trying to explain, but it is because of different things. I don't want to argue, and it's fine. I just
arguing.
Interested in the topic matter.
Oh my goodness!
It was nice, and it was always a pleasure. I'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later, Laura. She's running from me again.
Call from.
That's such a good call, Laura. Sad. Coffee and Kush TV. You're on the air. What up?
Hey, Kev.
What's up?
Okay, so I was just trying to piggyback on the speak to him because I currently live in Atlanta and have been living in Atlanta since 2012. Hold on, let me pick you up.
Okay.
So it don't. Okay, so basically the rumor was he was whistleblowing on like the shots and also the CDC in Atlanta. Basically, with the CDC, they were saying that it wasn't fit for people to work because it was containing so many diseases, but they hadn't basically did repairs, so it was cracks and everything. So when the guy had gotten sick and he had disappeared, they were basically trying to throw smut on his name. Like when he was found in like the river, they were trying to basically say that he was suicidal.
Yes.
And he died because he was scared to come out of the closet of being gay,
Yes.
which his family knew nothing about it.
Yes.
So what? but basically,
they love to do this when you're not here to
Yes.
knock off your information, and we know the war tactic of these people. Go ahead.
Yes, but word around here, like Atlanta per se, we're thinking that he may have been affected with possibly like the first strain of like COVID or maybe a disease that he was going to leak out. And we're thinking that maybe he was murdered because they didn't want it to get out that it came from the CDC. I know it sounds weird and kind of like a conspiracy, but it's kind of like I've been following this case since 2018 when it kind of happened, and it was kind of like closed and shut. But it just didn't make sense for this man to be so well known in the community, and he was like literally a good worker at the CDC to just all of a sudden be found in the Chattahoochee River. And then you guys are like, oh, he was gay, he was suicidal. But like the woman said before, he was telling his friends and family, like, lose his number. He was telling them that he was being followed. And when he basically went missing, his mom and his dad was telling him that he said that he was feeling sick. So I'm thinking that maybe he knew about COVID before it hit, because after that, the whole COVID landslide hit and things started shutting down in 2019, 2020.
Who will protect a black man like that? Do we got black allegiance? Who protects our black brothers when that goes on?
I mean, I guess no one, because whoever he told.
Nobody.
I mean, he may have told somebody at his job that he was going to whistleblow.
Ever. You better not say nothing except this death. That's what you take. Take this street. Take this zip. Yeah, you better not wake up. We'll kill you. And I thought that was in the movies or something. No, they for real. I'm like, I'm really doing something miraculous? Yeah, you are. Well, push it to the limit then.
Kevin, you're doing a good job.
Of course.
Exposing things. Like, not trying to be funny, because this case is still ongoing, even though they ruled it as like a drowning, like suicide.
Yeah.
No one believes that he drowned in Atlanta at all, because he was really going to the news talking about these CDC offices, how they had cracks in like different type of rooms where they were containing like specimens that didn't need to be leaked. So he basically was murdered.
Well, we definitely gonna look into it and see if we can get some info to do enough on that, and hopefully it's soon, because now's the time. Anything else? What about this 94 crime bill though? What about? I think
that's crazy.
What about all this information we breaking over here with the 94 crime bill? Probably all these movies that's been programming us to just be so ignorant and we just ask.
I feel like they've been getting it ready. Even going back to like New Jack City, I'm kind of younger, so in '94 I wasn't that old.
Yeah.
But still, at the end of the day, it put away a lot of our like families. I think it was all a hidden agenda to break up the black men in the family household.
Yeah.
I think.
And don't forget, create that narrative that we are gangbangers, like Ice Cube talking about, and about to rob the liquor store. We'll kill you over a beer.
That's crazy you said that, because I was just telling my friend last night about Tookie Williams.
Go ahead.
Which was the founder of Crips.
Yeah.
And I was telling her, because of course you guys know, well, you don't know, but I've called before. I'm from Chicago, so Larry Hoover was, of course, the Gates of Disciples, and he just denounced the Gangster Disciples.
That's right.
So Tookie Williams was a Crip that basically went to jail, did his time, changed his life, started writing children books to educate the children on staying away from the gangs, and they killed him anyway. Even though he showed that he was rehabilitated, they still tried to paint him out to be this
Well, that goes back to the '94 crime bill, where Joe Biden says there is no rehabilitation.
That's terrible, because all they do is basically throw him in a cell and give him a phone so they can do TikToks and all this.
Yeah, the criminals run everything. I'm saying the criminals, because everybody's good. We people good. It's some good people, but I'm saying it's not to fix anything.
It isn't. It's to throw them all in one box so they can be tearing their heads off, kind of like animals in a zoo.
You know what
like
else
even how they
keep
treat
them? Keep them at a 15 and 16-year-old mentality. It's like high school.
Yeah, it does.
Where the sheriff is walking around like the teacher, because he ain't no problem. He walking around like the security school, and all the different gangs don't met up in this one, and the good people is mashed in with them.
But the crazy part about the whole situation with the whole gang banging, right? The gang banging was supposed to be put together to help the community like a Black Panther Party, but of course, what they did was flood our streets with drugs and informants and, Jesse Jackson and shit.
I call it the grid program.
The grid system. Exactly.
They put us on a grid like a motherfucker.
Just to destroy our communities. But my whole thing is how they were fighting. You had Snoop Dogg and all these California people fighting for Tookie Williams, and they still put him down because they knew that he was rehabilitated, and if he would have gotten back on the streets, he probably would have been a senator, and they couldn't let that happen. Because to their eyes, he has to be the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? Like, for him to write all those children books, they're like, we don't care. You still the boogeyman. And they claim that he didn't even do the crime.
But it's all a part of the bigger agenda. See?
Yeah.
He was an example to be made of there is no correcting these people. See, the objective is to keep the way we see our communities, especially, you know what I'm talking about, in Chicago, South Central, wherever we are. The women we see, they all went through this process of indoctrination. Not everybody is blessed enough to see it the way that we see it and actually live in it. You feel me? So I'm realizing how powerful we are. That we are
very powerful.
Of course, your voice is
for them to be trying to take, but it's kind of like it takes you back in like the 50s and the 60s when activists would go to different states and they would find them in a car killed or something, or they'll find them with drug overdoses. They've always, anytime a Black man is in power, the government cannot have that because they want us divided, basically. So we cannot be united. They want the men away from the women so they can't protect them. They want to emasculate the men. You guys basically can't be men. You can't feel uncomfortable. You can't question things. It's kind of like either you shut up and do it, or we're going to kill you.
Participate, or we going to hurt you real bad.
Yeah, or kill your family.
So
it's kind of like, I don't know. It's just like, I feel like a lot of people think that we were the cursed children, but I feel like we're the chosen ones, and they know that.
Yes.
And that's why they're trying so hard to stop the movement.
Yes.
But we do need to unite as people because they've been tearing down our communities. Crack hit our neighborhoods so hard.
Yes,
and for Joe Biden to put out these fucking crack pipes, it only lets me know that it reached his community, not trying to sound crazy or anything, but why do you need clean crack pipes? Get people off of drugs. Do you not see how, like, I don't care about.
I'm trying to relate it. I don't even care. I want them to keep the crack pipe. Keep it going. I'm just trying to relate Fauci to the crack pipe program, and we got their ass. That's more. Press one. I'm just waiting for that. I ain't even did the research. I'm just lollygagging like somebody is gonna connect this fool to not just corona, and he's connected to AIDS. But if we can connect him and his product to you give AIDS.
Any disease that they have is connected.
We thought the heroin needles was giving them AIDS anyway.
Listen, they have so many recalls. They have recalls on aspirins. If you took aspirins when you were pregnant, your kids may have autism. So they've been putting so much stuff in our food, our shots. It's crazy how they're even back to Johnson & Johnson with the powder. You know how your grandma be like, oh, put some powder. It's the summertime. They're leaking all that stuff back to cancer and things like that. So they've been putting it in our
Baltic acid and shit. What the fuck is y'all doing to us? This was all what was our born in? Lord have mercy.
I mean, they say this hell is on earth, but it's kind of like.
And Kev is talking about goddamn Mickey Mouse in Disneyland is the kingdom of Satan. Thank you for the call, Queen. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yes,
you have a great day, and I'm going to follow back in the chat. Thank you.
Right there, that part. Look. 424-209-9506. I want y'all to listen to the language of Joe Biden. I mean, he talk about you so bad. Niggas done grew up and got jobs and became married and profitable citizens. Niggas done became millionaires, and all this food was up here really destroying
Unknown caller.
the community. I can't wait to play this tape. I'm just waiting.
I'm Monique.
I like the build up. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Good morning. Good morning, Professor. This is Danielle Monique from the Bay.
Shout out to Danielle from the Bay. What up?
Good morning. It's been so many great calls this morning. I really wanted to touch on especially Dr. Fauci or what's the correct pronunciation of his name? Because I always call him Fauci.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking about?
Dr. Fauci?
Fauci?
Fauci, thank you. My apologies. Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci. I wanted to bring up the connection with a lady that passed back in the 1950s, Henrietta Lacks. Are you familiar with that name?
No.
Okay. So Henrietta Lacks was an Afro-American lady. She passed away by some rare tumor of cancer back in the 1950s. Her cancer tumor, when they did the operation and removed the tumor, they were doing all these tests with her cells, and they discovered that her cells were immortal. So most people, if they take your cells from your body, they would, die within maybe a week or so. But her cells, lived on, they never died. So there's proof to where they have done numerous of tests and created vaccinations based off of Henrietta Lacks cells.
So they're destroying that. Oh my goodness! So they think Henrietta cell. That's how you destroy the immortals. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. I got you.
And they've turned it into a medical term.
Okay. So they gotta hate. They gotta.
It's crazy. It's really crazy. But the medical term for her cells.
Some motherfuckers probably walking around saying, "How the fuck is this nigga still alive?"
Yes.
Damn it. Go ahead.
Yes.
We don't hit this nigga with orange juice. We probably hit this nigga Kev with so much. They be calling my show talking about, nigga, you was dehydrated 2 weeks ago. What happened to you? I don't know. All I know is I feel good today. I don't know nothing about it. They funny
it's
as
a
hell.
Recharge. It's a natural recharge.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We don't try to run this nigga over. God damn. Go ahead.
It's really crazy because the medical term for her cells is called the HeLa cells, which is HELA, if anyone wants to research it. But it's very interesting, even more connecting back to that particular doctor, because he was a part of the research with her cells. And last year in 2021, her cells made 100 years. And I remember it being like a big thing all over the news, like, oh, Henrietta Lacks cells have now reached the age of 100. But right after they made that announcement was when they came out with the vaccination. So if they've already been creating other vaccinations based off of the HeLa cell, then it just kind of goes furthermore down the rabbit hole of saying, like, oh, so did they finally figure out a way to kill off her cells? And is that why the vaccination was released, like, right after? Because I remember that announcement came out, I want to say, like, January or February of last year. And then the vaccination came out right after that, by March. So I just wanted to throw that little tab in there because I thought that was very interesting.
Well, you definitely got my attention, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely something. And you can go back to any vaccination, and if you were to look up the HeLa, HELA, you'll see that name in the vaccinations, along with, the fetal tissues and all the other sick things that they use. So
I appreciate
it's very interesting.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the call,
yes,
Queen.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Yes, ma'am. See? We got the smartest women in out of every chat room on YouTube right here at Cabro University Coffee and Kush, sponsored. Press one. we got the smartest women. They're not talking about they can do that. That earthly dance and take care of them plants, they gonna do all that. But right here at the road, when it's time, they activate. That's why I be telling you niggas, bro, don't get this shit twisted. These women is taking notes. That's why I go on you so hard, because I know what you doing. What's on the wall? You ain't doing no... What's on the wall, G? Nothing.
Unknown caller.
Still our whole trust right here. You got a cold. You want reparation? You better figure out this riddle.
Send a
what you better
voicemail.
do. Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air.
Good morning. This is Brother Jamel Ibrahim from Brick City in Georgia. Just want to reach out and tell you today good morning. And I'm still in class. I'm learning. I sent you an attachment earlier. This is just a sidebar. I noticed there's been a trend that's happening in the Asian community where they're trying to identify with us. They're trying to be under the Hebrew natural indigenous line. And this is not just...
You got to call back, sir. You breaking up so bad. I apologize. You breaking up so bad. You got to come back with your phone lines clear, my man Ibram. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
What's up, Kev? It's Blue Virgo 80.
What's up, champion?
Yo, man, I was just wanting to follow in on the last previous young lady that called.
Go ahead.
When they were talking about bioweapons and stuff used against us. You gotta understand that the highest rate of autism is set in the black community. There was a study done on autism and the vaccines that we got as the youngsters, the MMR vaccine. That's when autism sets in. Kids get the vaccine, they go home, they catch a high fever, and the parents normally say that once they catch this high fever, it doesn't break. And after that, the child is never the same again. So this takes back to that minor estate aspect when the child needs to be taken care of.
Got you.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
We out here. It makes all the sense.
Yeah.
And all these studies was done, and Obama has said that these were not linked. These vaccines were not linked to autism and things of that nature.
That's right.
But you look at all these vaccines and everything that's targeted at us, We the ones that's being put in these positions based on these vaccines.
He defended everybody else but you.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. And just like that young lady that called in, it wasn't just that doctor or scientist that was murder mystery or whatever. There was a slew of doctors that were coming out and scientists that were coming out to vouch for to speak out against the CDC and these vaccines or whatever, and they all mysteriously died, blown up. One guy died fishing, all kind of stuff. So it's those things that we have to look at, and the things that plague our community: the high blood pressure, the diabetes,
well,
all these types of things.
That's all about a part of the biochemical attack on our people. So that's there. I'm really infatuated with this 94 crime bill, the trust, the stolen heritage, how they made us criminals, how they began this, like you guys are on this sterilization, or these needles and stuff that they've been doing, and we're going to keep building on that. But right now I'm about to show what you think about this 94 crime bill, all of the things that was going on around this time to keep our minds off of the benefits that was owed to you.
Yo, it's like said, they doubled down on us. They already knew. Fill them up with as much foolery as they can, much rap shit, rap this, Boys in the Hood, Mental Society, all that stuff set us up to paint the picture in everybody else's eyes.
To give the excuse of what they was about to do.
Sir.
To give the excuse on why they need to be dealt with this way, because any other way, it's inhumane.
It's inhumane. So like I said, they look at us like we are the disease. They look at us like we are the problem. We are the threat.
You remember when the Agent Smith was talking to Morpheus and he was tied up upstairs? He said, "I hate you. Ooh, we trying to destroy your ass, nigga." He took the microphone off and said, "Nigga, let me tell you something, Nick Rupp. I hate your black ass."
Right, what old boy saying, "Don't be a menace." He said, "I hate your black teeth. I hate your black I hate my gum because they black."
He said, "We gonna destroy Zion again, nigga. We gonna fuck y'all up."
It's a cold game. And you look at all these rappers and stuff. All these rappers is all CIA, FBI.
Yes, sir.
They all informative. Yeah. And they all these rap label heads, Yo Gotti, all these fools. They all work for the government.
Come
man.
on,
they all setting us up. They giving us these stories that they signing up little black kids from the hood trying to save their lives. But the only thing they setting them up to do is to mess us up.
And
give them an excuse to and trample on us and kick us in our asses every day, jack us up. You can't even go to the park and play because there's a substation at the park. What the hell? Come on, man.
Right, they just come out. What y'all up here doing? Man. Gang injunction. Y'all play basketball and shit? Oh, no.
More than 5 niggas. Gotta get up. Come on, man. I've been jacked up in too many neighborhoods, thrown in different neighborhoods. Police asking me, where the drugs at?
Yeah.
Why don't you got no gun? Why don't you got this? What?
Why you ain't got nothing you can fuck your life over with?
That part, that's what.
Where the drugs at, man? Just, take your shoe off.
Man,
take the socks and shoes off.
Police jacked me up, man, drive me all through the city. It wasn't until I told them, "Hey, look, man, if y'all want some old take a nigga behind the building and whoop a nigga ass, I'm not for that. I mean, we gonna get down."
That's how it is, man.
No, why would you say that?
But you know,
that part, mercenary.
It is what it is. But the thing is, knowledge is more powerful than anything that they got. So I thank you for the call. I'm gonna get to this video.
Thank you.
See you in a minute, champion.
All right, Camp.
My man, let's get to the 94 crime bill though. And I want to show you right now how he talked to us like animals.
Very straightforward and simple. He knows there are 2 basic steps here. One step is you must take back the streets.
Watch his Nazi tactic.
The streets by more cops, more prisons, more physical protection for the people. He also understands what my friend from Texas understands, and he doesn't talk a lot about, but he signed on to in this bill. He also understands there's a need to keep people who are first-time offenders, who are nonviolent offenders, or who are potential first-time offenders who haven't gotten, I yield myself an additional 3 minutes,
you know the potential,
who in fact are people who are getting themselves into the crime stream for the first time, that they should be diverted from the system. So I hope this crime bill, when it passes, the Biden-Hatch crime bill, as it becomes law, God willing, I hope that we will have ended once and for all this notion that is a hangover from the 60s, that somehow Democrats are weak on crime and Democratic presidents are weak on crime and Republicans are tough on crime. The truth is, every major crime bill since 1976 that's come out of this Congress, every minor crime bill has had the name of the Democratic senator from the state of Delaware, Joe Biden, on that bill, and has had a majority vote of the Democratic members of the United States Senate on the bill. So one of the things I want to do in addition to end the crime is end the political carnage that goes on when we talk about crime. Crime is not Democrat or Republican. Making the streets safe is not a Democratic or Republican issue. This is one of those issues I hope this passage of this bill will be taken out of the gridlock category.
You understand? Press 1.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I'm not lying. I'm trying to tell you. This is huge. He finna turn into Adolf. He finna shapeshift into Adolf Hitler in a minute. Press 1. There go that beautiful word. Gridlocked. Tupac Shakur. Press 1. Mortimer. Remember, dead man walking.
And moved into an emerging consensus. And the consensus is as follows, and I will cease when I finish this statement. The consensus is A, we must take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents, it doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth.
I'm sorry, man. This nigga turned into fucking Robert Byrd right here, man. He turned into one of them Klan rally. It don't matter what they say.
It doesn't matter whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society.
It don't matter if we can't implement them into society. It don't matter if they're the victim of the society that. Wait. It don't matter if they're a victim of society. Wait, that's heartless, bro. It don't matter if the society beat them up. It don't matter. Press 1. They gonna lift themselves up by the bootstrap. What the?
The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, become socialized into the fabric of. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become
He ain't got no history. That's fuck. He can barely get that out. His name is Joe Hitler. He couldn't even get it out. It don't matter if they ain't got no background history that we don't rip. None of this shit matter. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is why I teach you history, so you'll be able to understand the devil. I got to teach you history in the language of the devil. You understand? It don't matter. See, at the time, nobody would have said nothing. But when you can hear the devil speak, that's something else. It don't matter if we did this to them. It don't matter if we destroyed them. None of that matter. If they when he thought about it, that shit hurt him. Shit. It don't matter if their whole background was wiped out. Press what? No, he's not wicked. Well, yes, but the system itself, to even hear it, is wicked. The whole system is wicked. To even hear this idiot spew this.
Husband, my mother, your parents, it doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street.
The sad part about this is we talking about potential criminals here. The sad part about this whole ordeal. Nigga, we talking about potential criminals. He about to do what? And you wonder why the police run around talking about what you doing in this neighborhood. See? My man, it don't matter. None of that matter. The point is,
what made them do this? They must be taken off the street. That's number one. There's a consensus on that.
I'm scared of number two.
Democratic chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the Democratic President of the United States of America, the Democratic Attorney General, the Republican leader of this effort, Senator Hatch, the Republican senator from Texas. We all agree on that. Now, we can find some fringe folks in the study groups on the right wing and left wing, libertarians and left wingers in my party who say, no, that's not what we should do. But politically, that consensus has been arrived at. I acknowledge there was not that consensus in the 60s.
Jesus effect.
There is today.
I'm going to do this from now on.
There's a second thing that we all have agreed upon.
Jesus effect.
And that is, unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them,
this nigga said tens of thousands of a comrade, nigga. How he made it seem like nigga these niggas is being born by about 10, 15, 20,000. Press 1. Like he see them coming up the road. I ain't heard nothing this racist since. I didn't even understand Hitler, but he had so much hand movements, and I just said he just saying niggas better not ever press 1. The nigga, after we do this, these niggas will never wake up ever again. Press 1. That's what Hitler was over. After we go over there and kill them all, press 1 and exterminate them. Press 1. Me and all the white people was back there. Press 1 to promise you. Press 1, they was all doing it in the Catholic Church. Yeah. All of you. Press 1, you believe in God. You gonna learn today. Your ass gonna learn how to believe in God correctly. You don't stand up with nobody talking about fucking taking people off the earth. What's wrong with y'all? Yay! Press 1. You know you the deaf religion when you got that. You go introduce Hitler up in there. What's the name? Come on, press 1. The Christian Catholic Church up in there doing this to Hitler forehead right now, parking his head with Harry Potter stuff. Press 1. Y'all ain't shit. Press 1. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Man, these people have destroyed our people. You better use every joke and attribute you can use. Fuck is y'all so silent for? He said tens of thousands of y'all about to be born tomorrow, nigga. We got to hurry up and do this.
Is today. There's a second thing that we all have agreed upon. And that is, unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision.
If mediocre tutorial use this, I'm going so hard on Asians. Press 1, mediocre tutorial. If you bring that shit up right there, what he just said, I dare you. I wish you would, mediocre. Press 1. I wish you would. I wish your retarded ass would use that dumb ass clip and say Joe Biden agrees with the manosphere. I told you. Press 1. All of them is like this, family. I don't put it past none of them. These people is ridiculous. It's all the same propaganda. You get it now? I'm not just talking about the manosphere for nothing. It's the Joe. It's the Sleepy Joe sphere. Press 1 is Nazi program.
Without any structure,
look,
with libertarians and
the manosphere right there. No structure, no nothing. I'm trying to tell you.
And left-wingers in my party who say, no, that's not what we should do. But politically, that consensus has been arrived at. I acknowledge there was not that consensus in the 60s. There is today. There's a second thing that we all have agreed upon, and that is unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them,
watch this,
born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision.
This Charles Dwight gonna say this shit next week and get the whole internet mad. I don't kill all these unwed babies. Watch, they need to bring Planned Parenthood back. Press 1. That's a man who hates himself. Press 1.
And that is unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscience developing.
Without any conscious development. If they had YouTube back then, Joe would play YouTube clips of every Democratic section he drive down every day. These people full of shit. No conscience, no soul. Jeez. See how bad they talk about you when they want to steal something from you. They making it appeal. This is why we got to do this. They ain't got no damn conscience.
Because they literally, I yield myself 3 more minutes.
He gonna yield 3 more.
Because they literally have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity.
Nigga, we just talked about... Wait, because they... Oh my goodness. What the fuck did I just hear? Wake up, Kev.
Not like this.
What the fuck did he just
Not
say?
like this.
Oh, watch the split tongue. He knows you're the victim. He knows you're the victim. Press 1. I see why I was crying at 14, 15. What the fuck they doing this time? What the fuck he doing? They wasn't socialized. Well, we just brought up the socialize. It's your fault. But watch what he say. This is damaging. Listen.
Have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity.
They literally ain't had no opportunity. Well, you just used that against them 5 minutes ago when the last time you asked for 3 minutes. This nigga used both sides of the argument. A split tongue. Straight up. Now we just heard him say what he just said. Now he know you the victim.
Literally have not had an opportunity. We should focus on them now, not out of a liberal instinct.
So they haven't had no opportunity. Watch this. So we shouldn't focus on them out of loving heart. No, they ain't had no opportunity. Now, how should we do it?
For love, brother, and humanity, although I think that's a good instinct, but for simple, pragmatic reasons. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now.
Shame. 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 Shame.
This is the most craziest shit again I heard.
And Madam President, we have predators on our streets that society has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them. They are beyond the pale, many of those people. Beyond the pale. And it's a sad commentary on society. We have no choice but to take them out of society.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
And the truth is, we don't very well know how to rehabilitate them at that point.
Give them to me. Give them to me. Come home, guys. We gonna get our own place, man. This is tough, bro. This is tough, y'all. Press one. Come on, we gotta leave. We gotta go. We gotta go, cuz. We're Nation of Islam, man. My bad, y'all. We gotta go, bro. This ain't, man, what the fuck? Woo! Woo! We gotta go. We ain't meant to survive because it's a setup. Woo! That type of shit get you right here. And you can see, you don't know how to rehabilitate. We do it. Listen. Let's not forget here we're talking about potential criminals. Press one. What? Take them out of society. Take them to jail or take them out.
That's the sad truth.
Oh my goodness.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
You're looking at the fellow who was one of the primary architects of the Sentencing Commission. You know what the basic premise of the Sentencing Commission is? I know the presiding officer knows. It was the first time in 80 years we rejected the notion that the condition of sentencing must be related to how long it would take to rehabilitate.
The nigga just said, you know how long I've been keeping niggas in prison based on, don't matter if they were.
Not like this. Not like this.
Oh, shit. Woo! That's your man's? You sticking by him, Democrat? Boy, I'm gonna run for office. I'm using all YouTube gimmicks. I'm gonna put that in slow motion and make him form into Satan, as he said it. What the fuck? Y'all gonna see my vote for Mr. Gillespie president in 2020 commercial. I'm gonna be walking up the Democratic street. Ain't you tired of these damn potholes, crackheads? Light fixtures that don't work. Press what? Latinos, illegal immigrants driving with no license, Koreans riding up your back. Come on, walk with me down the Democratic neighborhood with me. Who owns this? Some Belizean folk from South America. Negroes. You gotta wake up, man. You gotta wake up. This is a deaf stormtrooper. Somebody said that's an extermination speech at the same time I said this is a deaf stormtrooper. Listen, could you imagine trying to explain to the world why we about to do this? Now listen to me. We can label them retarded. You listening? But they're not retarded. You don't have paperwork. You can be retarded. Press what? Oh, yeah, I yield 3 more motherfucking minutes. God, I got your attention. Copy that. Yeah. Potential. We need more jails. Huh? These potential criminals can bop me upside my head. Press what? That's why this shit is a scary ass movie now. What? Wait a minute. Yeah, that's why. Hold on, yield me 5 more minutes. Let me finish my speech. But we need to just. That's why we just. Rather kick them, take them out of the street society. God damn it. Damn, y'all. Wake up.
I'm the guy that said rehabilitation, when it occurs, we don't understand it and notice it. And even when we notice it and we know it occurs, we don't know why.
Just come home, black man. He said, even when you rehabilitate, we don't know why they rehabilitate. So keep him in prison. Keep his ass in prison. Why'd you say you are rehabilitated? Sir, I'm going over your report. You seem to have been doing great. All over the place. You got a whole book of advancement. And it shows you did enough time to have. So my question is, how did you rehabilitate yourself? Oh, I believe in God. Oh, I don't understand that. Going back to your God. He's like walked in your cell and said, be good or something. We don't understand your shit. Sorry. Turn around. Why? Because I don't understand how you corrected yourself and fixed you. That's fucked up, G. That's fucked up. That's fucked. I don't understand how. Fuck that is impossible to happen. If one of them do rehabilitate himself, I don't understand how he did it.
When it occurs, we don't understand it and notice it. And even when we notice it and we know it occurs, we don't know why. So you cannot make rehabilitation a condition for release. That's why in our system, the federal system, you serve 85% of your time.
Say it again, Joe.
So you cannot make rehabilitation a condition for release. That's why in our system, the federal system, you serve 85% of your time. I remember when it was going on, when I was making these arguments in the late 70s, they used to call it Biden's same time for the same crime provision. It's a shame, but we don't know how to rehabilitate. But there is a consensus, and I will cease. A, we must make the streets safer. I don't care why someone is a malfactor in society.
Look, he's throwing up pledging hands.
I don't care why someone is antisocial. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society, try to help them, try to change social. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society, try to help them, try to change them.
We cordoned them off from the rest of society. We put them in them ghettos. We tried to help them. You see?
Behavior. That's why we do in this bill. We have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to deal with it. But
see? Like the syringes.
They are in jail.
Huh? Say it again, Joe.
Bill, we have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to deal with it. But they are in jail. Away from my mother.
Barred.
Your husband, our families. But we would be absolutely stupid as a society if we didn't recognize the condition that nurtured those folks still exist. And we must deal with that. And I think there's a consensus among Republicans in that. old barbed wire Republican conservatives just want to hang them high. Even those folks are saying, hey, we got to deal with the root cause.
Want to hang them high, G.
This. Not one or the other, but separately. And liberal Democrats who used to say, let's look at the sociological underpinnings of why this occurred, and we have to, they're now saying, hey, look, we got to take back the streets. We'll make that fight later. So there is a consensus. I hope the remainder of the discussion as we close out the debate in this bill, we can end that old fight. We can put it behind us. Hopefully we have, the senator from West Virginia said this is a historic moment on this bill, a consensus being reached. I think it is, but I think it's a historic moment for a political reason as well.
See? So what do you think about that? This is all the inception. I got a new keyboard. Remember Hillary Clinton and her husband, Bill Clinton, signed the crime bill? Remember the first black president, Bill? He the one who signed it. Press 1. Come on, black folk. It's time to wake up, man. Y'all was duped, big time. Y'all was duped. We were duped, big time. Your favorite people did this. The people y'all vote for did this. His wife was involved in this.
Law and order is heard. Never again should Washington put politics and party above law and order. From this day forward, let us put partisanship behind us and let us go forward, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, law enforcement, community leaders, ordinary citizens. Let us roll up our sleeves to roll back this awful tide of violence and reduce crime in our country. We have the tools now. Let us get about the business of using them.
Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
Hey, good afternoon, Brittany.
What up, Brittany?
Not much. So as you just pulled up Bill Clinton, I actually found some information that I wanted to share really quickly.
Okay.
That happened in 1994. So the Ukrainian president, Russian president, and Bill Clinton signed a trilateral agreement, which caused Ukraine to basically send all their nuclear weapons to Russia and agree that they weren't going to use them. And in return, the United States, the UK, and Russia would recognize Ukraine's independence and sovereignty.
They would do what? They would do what?
They would state that they would recognize Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. So essentially what happened with that agreement is that they ended up, well, the U.S. ended up spending over $300 million in assistance of kind of sending those nuclear weapons away and providing technical assistance, which ended in 2008, so it's still fairly recent. And then they ended up doubling the amount that they sent to the Ukraine in 1994 for another $300 million. So they kind of
drug
hit
deals,
all of that.
Everything. You start to see the influx. That's probably you've been supporting. Your death has been supporting a whole sovereign nation that's been given them validity over there, and you've been ripped apart here. Oh my goodness!
And the U.S. also oversees, I think it's about over 30 biolabs that are operated in the Ukraine as well. So starting to see how that's all connected.
It does. Thank you for pointing that back to 94. What is that, trilateral?
So, trilateral agreement in 1994, January 1994.
Got you. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Yeah, still trilateral agreement. Looks like the same tri-state, London, Washington, D.C., and France. Same Swedish banking system. Press 1, same thing. 424-209-9506. That's 424-209-9506. Shout out to whoever this was that just did this. Miss Kenya Gaddis, for keeping me sane. God bless you for that. God bless your heart. Shout out to Kimberly, of course. Highest donator this month, probably all year on this channel in my super chat. So God bless you and your family. And the folks who be just supportive. My man Jason Harris, Mr. Wish. Shout out to y'all on the program for help empowering this truth. There is probably no greater truth than this right here. Right here on the internet. You won't find a better truth serum than right here. They don't stuck me with the truth serum. Press 1. They don't stuck me with the truth serum. We going back. You got to go back in history and know what they did to you around this time. What happened to you? Press 1. Well, I'm taking you back.
Unknown caller.
Super predators. Press 1. I'm taking your ass back today, Democrat. Yeah, I'm going to show you today, mama and dada. We grown up now. We going to talk to our parents correctly. Y'all fucked up. Had us vote Democrat. I'm not letting another auntie, uncle do nothing. They don't know shit. But Jesus, and it's okay, baby. Hell no, it's not okay. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
Hey, what's up, Kev? It's Pittman. Just to add on to what the last caller said with the trilateral, so that's basically the current last that Putin's invading now with the Ukraine, the Khazarian mafia, whatever. So that's when all that agreement took place with their sovereignty, and then I forget what year it was, but I know Bill Clinton signed off the Communications Act, where they consolidate all the networks. So that's how they're able to get all the message out, because they own. It's like the Disney, where they incorporate all the channels.
Yeah.
So if they signed that act, but then to go back into that Joe Biden speech on the crime bill, I was listening to his speech, and on like the certain points, I was looking up the certain words he was using while he was using his little hand gestures to make his point. And one of the words was divert. In the video, he said, you got to divert them from the system. So I looked up the word in the 1829.
Okay.
This is what it says.
Good job.
It says divert. It says divert. It says to turn off from any course, direction, or intended application, to turn aside as to divert a river. Hold on. Let me see. Not that one. I'm going to get to the law one. To turn the mind from business or study, hence to please, to amuse, to entertain, to exhilarate children.
Hold on, son. Hold on here. Hold on here. Wait a minute. Wait one damn minute right here. Let me put my headphones on. Let me know. See, because if you don't got this dictionary, you ain't studying. We gotta go back and study like this. Okay? This is why I need my students.
And then the cold part.
Right there.
But then the cold part about it, though, Kev, is like whatever. I'm not using these words. He's using these words, so I'm looking at the words he's using.
In the 1828,
you know what I'm saying? I'm not just picking out certain words.
How it needs to be said. Go ahead. Now, what does it mean?
But like every
divert. What does it mean?
But like every word, I'm not just looking at the general. I'm looking at the law version. You know what I'm saying? Always law. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how they're speaking.
Yeah, they're
you
speaking.
You can have one word that says this, but he's in law. So
that's right.
You got to use that term.
That's right. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to go back. It says to turn the mind from business or study, hence, to please, to amuse, to entertain, to exhilarate.
What is exhilarate?
Children are exhilarate. I didn't look that one up.
Oh, that's probably worse.
Look that one up, but yeah. But then it says children are diverted with sport. Men are diverted with works of wit and humor. Low minds are diverted with buffoonery and stage playing, like the war theater. You know what I'm saying?
Comedy. Really, just comedy. Time to bring out the comedies and keep these people entertained and nullified, just like I've been proving here on the show. Here it is. I prove.
Yeah. So that was
all
one
things.
That was one part.
All of it. Go ahead.
You feel me? So he used that one, and then the gridlock. I tried to look that one up, and they didn't have it, but I was still trying to get. I know the gridlock portion, but just to explain it into what the system. You know what I'm saying? Like pull it out. But then he used another one. He was when he was like, I don't want y'all to hit my mother, but then he says your parents. Yeah. I'm like, so why would he say his mother? But we got parents. You know what I'm saying?
Hit America. Then that'd be because America is the parent. Remember, we was just watching The Trust, and we were so they don't want us to hit America, which would be the reclaiming of ours would be a deadly blow, because it'd be a deadly blow.
Yeah.
Once we, oh my goodness, oh this is beautiful.
But then I looked up the term mother.
Go ahead.
But then I looked it up.
Go ahead.
And I'm going. It's a whole lot of descriptions. So I went, and this is one I put towards like the land we made of the dust.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? It was so our native land is called Mother Country, and a plant from which a flip or scion is taken. But our country is the mother. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
And then it says that was preceded in time the eldest or chief of anything as a mother church. Feel me? The church.
I didn't want. We just so smart and brilliant. We just saw.
Yeah, and
that's brilliant.
And it's crazy because then I look at the time, the definition, and I see these words we're using, and it's like, it's just all connecting. Like, okay, that shit makes more sense. You know what I'm saying? It just makes more sense. And then he said, after Biden, he was talking about like we didn't have the upbringing and the resources. He said, instead of calling them with love and brotherly, which is a good idea, we need a pragmatic approach.
Which is?
So I looked that one up. It says, forward to blah, blah, but it just says pragmatic sanction in the German Empire, the settlement made by Charles VI, the emperor, who in 1722, having no sons, settled his hereditary dominions on his eldest daughter.
Yeah, right.
The Archduchess, and that's the same thing we in is the Kalima, and that shit tripped me out because he said that particular word, and I looked it up, and it's the shit we in. Yeah, so it all ties in.
All sins lead to death, sir. All of it leads to the Queen Mother of death and black baby sacrifice, in which these bloodthirsty vampire folks believe in. So, yes, sir.
So then I just started putting like 95 crime bill, right? And then I was typing it in, and you know how when you type it gives you a couple pre-options, and it says Pell Grant. Right, so I just typed it and I put it into the question, said, why did Congress in '94 specifically eliminate inmates from being eligible to receive Pell Grant? So it says, Boom, boom. It says members of the public, which is government. So when you hear public, that means the government.
Go ahead.
Complain that inmates should not get a free college education. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay. But then he's going to say we don't know how to rehabilitate them. That don't make sense. So then I went to rehabilitate. It says to restore to a former capacity, to reinstate, to qualify again, to restore as a delinquent to a former right, rank, or privilege, lost or forfeited a term of the civil and canon law. So whatever, you don't know how to rehabilitate them, but you ain't going to put funding in them to give them a trade, a skill, give them social skills. You just, but you don't know how. It's so whatever. But these are the words he's using. So but once you start to look up these words and you find out what they mean in law and all that, it just further shows that this was a plan. This was pre-planned 20, 30 years, whatever, after the heroin. And at that time, they was doing the black exploitation with like Superfly and Dolomite, you know what I'm saying, with the pimping and hoeing,
yes, sir,
whatever. And then they hit the heroin, and then after that phase came out, and they start locking brothers up for that. The cocaine, then the blocks came, whatever. Then the households dismantled, mothers on crack, fathers on crack, children left unsupervised, crime rate going up. And then bam, the crime bill. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they do these certain things, and then 10 years later, we already got this little act already. And then the code part, I was looking up the civil, the USC 42 about the trust, and basically this trust is whatever they can use the funding from this trust to fund any other pre-act that they signed prior to this. You know what I'm saying? So they're just using more money just to fund
I got
this
their
act and this act. You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Motherfucking ass.
Yeah, whatever. So when you read them USC codes and you go into it, whatever, man, it's a lot, man. And it's all through Congress. You know what I'm saying? These are all Congress changing up the laws, making everything complicated, and using a certain language that we don't know to of our public school system. They don't teach us this. You know what I'm saying? What these words mean and all that. But that was just something I wanted to just throw in.
You know it now.
Class,
Keep going. Keep researching. You're right there.
So hopefully that makes that little speech more clear for them. When you see them at some certain points of that time in that speech, when he's using his hand gestures and what that word means and what he's really saying to the Congress and shit. So that's it, though, sir.
Thank you, champion.
All right, Kev.
My man.
Yes, sir.
Well, we got one. I mean, my man went and researched it all, and right there, 1828, learned the language, say, Kev. He telling you right there. He telling everything right there. Everything is being said right here. Today I woke up and I said, today, I'm going to catch the devil. Now I'm going to catch the devil today. Fuck it. Why not? Fuck it. Fuck it. Why not just catch the devil?
Very straightforward and simple.
When you listen to this, you should know this is not just on the simple plane of just talking as if he's a regular person. He's not. He's speaking on behalf of federal government, and he's appealing to God, or the lawgiver, which is right there, the woman right there, if God permits. Because remember, you're cut off from the Supreme. So they're handling your affairs since you gave all of your power to the federal government. So, listening to this, he's actually breaking it down to you. So let's listen one more time.
He knows there are two basic steps here. One step is you must take back the streets. And you take back the streets by more cops.
You don't want to say get out your feelings? Get out the feelings and listen to him.
Prisons, more physical protection for the people. He also understands what my friend from Texas understands, and he doesn't talk a lot about, but he signed on to in this bill. He also understands there's a need to keep people who are first-time offenders, who are nonviolent offenders, or who are potential first-time offenders who haven't gotten, I yield myself an additional 3 minutes, who in fact are people who are getting themselves into the crime stream for the first time, that they should be diverted from the system. So I hope this crime bill, when it passes, the Biden-Hatch crime bill, as it becomes law, God willing, I hope that we will have ended once and for all this notion that is a hangover from the 60s, that somehow Democrats are weak on crime and Democratic presidents are weak on crime and Republicans are tough on crime. The truth is, every major crime bill since 1976 that's come out of this Congress, every minor crime bill has had the name of the
1776 or 1976?
Democratic senator from
you tell me.
The state of Delaware.
You're talking Philadelphia.
Joe Biden on that bill, and has had a majority vote of the Democratic members of the United States Senate on the bill. So one of the things I want to do in addition to end the crime is end the political carnage that goes on when we talk about crime. Crime is not Democrat or Republican. Making the streets safe is not a Democratic or Republican issue. This is one of those issues I hope this passage of this bill will be taken out of the gridlock category and moved into an emerging consensus. And the consensus is as follows, and I will cease when I finish this statement. The consensus is A, we must take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter.
Gridlock, a traffic jam affecting a whole network of interesting streets. So we're in a way. So when he say gridlock, we actually creating a traffic jam. We in a way.
My son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask.
He said we need to take back the streets after bringing up the gridlock. You get it? That's why I tell my brothers, please just step up the mentality. I'm not finna sit up here and play no more. My spirit don't want to play. No, I'm trying to you feel me, trying to keep my composure per se. But there comes a time where there is no wait for nobody. You know, if you want to sit back and understand and be weak-minded and you don't know how to speak and y'all want to act like little kids, well, stay children to the people running trust games on you. No lame niggas. No limp dick niggas. Press 1. No niggas who can't produce. No Bungalow 54 niggas. None of you niggas over there. None of you niggas over there. And for the women, y'all know the business. The ones over there. So I ain't even tripping off of explaining this shit over and over. It's in the Levitical law. I'm proving genocide. That's why Tupac You charged them with genocide. You got to prove that. We talking about the Queen Mother. We talking about the motherland. We just bringing up America. Remember we was just talking about America without her a widow? Cold.
Ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street. That's number one. There's a consensus on that. The Democratic chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the Democratic president of the United States of America, the Democratic attorney general, the Republican leader of this effort, Senator Hatch, the Republican senator from Texas. We all agree on that. Now,
so because you gridlock, then you must be diverted. Now listen to me. Because you're gridlocked and there's a traffic jam, you must be diverted. You know? Detour.
we can find some fringe folks in the study groups on the right wing and left wing, libertarians and left wingers in my party who say, no, that's not what we should do. But politically, that consensus has been arrived at. I acknowledge there was not that consensus in the 60s. There is today. There's a second thing that we all have agreed upon, and that is unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscience developing, because they literally, I yield myself 3 more minutes, because they literally have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity.
Double talk time. Because they haven't had no opportunity. Double talk.
We should focus on them now, not out of a liberal instinct for love, brother, and humanity, although I think that's a good instinct, but for simple, pragmatic reasons. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets that society has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them. They are beyond the pale, many of those people. Beyond the pale. And it's a sad commentary on society.
Beyond the pale, what does that mean?
We have no choice but to take them out of society. And the truth is, we don't very well know how to rehabilitate them at that point. That's the sad truth. You're looking at the fellow who was one of the primary architects of the Sentencing Commission. You know what the basic premise of the Sentencing Commission is? I know the presiding officer knows. It was the first time in 80 years we rejected the notion that the condition of sentencing must be related to how long it would take to rehabilitate. I'm the guy that said rehabilitation, when it...
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all tell me what the fuck beyond the pale mean. You tell they're beyond the pale. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air, what up?
Hey, what's up, Kev? Sir?
Say it again?
My name is Perry. How you doing?
What up, champ?
Yeah, I'm calling, man. Have you heard of a book called Creatures of Jekyll Island?
Say it again?
Have you heard of a book called The Creature from Jekyll Island? A second look at the Federal Reserve.
No.
Okay, well, this book is speaking on in 1913 when the banking system came, the banking cartel came with the Warburgs, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Morgans. came and they collapsed the United States system, put Woodrow Wilson in office, and from there it was a financial collapse. You had the Great Depression, World War I, II. It was crazy after that. That was the beginning of the end for us. And we were thriving before that.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to, maybe you can pick that book up. It's by a dude named G. Edward Griffin.
I will
blow your mind, man.
I will do.
Yeah,
Thank you for that,
bro.
champion.
Definitely. No problem, man.
My man.
Yeah, all right.
Damn, these people are sick.
Occurs, we don't understand it and notice it, and when we notice it and we know it occurs, we don't know why. So you cannot make rehabilitation a condition for release. That's why in our system, there's the federal system, you serve 85% of your time. I remember when it was going on.
They're outside the bounds of morality. Oh my goodness.
I was making these arguments in the late 70s. They used to call it Biden's same time for the same crime provision. It's a shame, but we don't know how to rehabilitate. But there is a consensus, and I will cease. A, we must make the streets safer. I don't care why someone is a malfactor in society. I don't care why someone is antisocial. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society, try to help them, try to change their behavior. That's why we do in this bill. We have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to deal with it. But they are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families. But we would be absolutely stupid as a society if we didn't recognize the condition that nurtured those folks still exist. And we must deal with that. And I think there's a consensus among Republicans in that. Old barbed wire Republican conservatives want to hang them high.
Oh my goodness. Outside agreed standards of decency.
Even those folks are saying, hey, we got to deal with the root cause of this. Not one or the other, but separately. And
not one or the other, but separately. What that is separately. What do you mean not individually? What that nigga say in the Matrix? Then we realized, Neo, it wasn't just you. It was her too. You get it? The attack changed from just him and went straight at her. You got to understand, G.
Liberal Democrats who used to say, let's look at the sociological underpinnings of why this occurred, and we have to, they're now saying, hey, look, we got to take back the streets. We'll make that fight later. So there is a consensus. I hope the remainder of the discussion as we close out the debate in this bill, we can end that old fight. We can put it behind us. Hopefully we have, the senator from West Virginia said this is a historic moment on this bill.
Oh, so I went to the etymology. It says suggesting that anything outside authority's jurisdiction is uncivilized. But that's going back to beyond the pale. So there's many, like a wooden stake. There's many different meanings to this stuff.
A consensus being reached. I think it is, but I think it's a historic moment for a political reason as well. Hopefully we will end the discussion about whether or not
the Democrats is tough on crime. Press 1. Crime is just a reason, an overwork for them. They got a war on drugs so the police can bother me. Tupac talked about this so much. Being a part, and he even talked about the movie in the movie Gridlock. You know, research, study. That's all important, you know. That's all important, especially right now if you want to understand what's going on in the world. I can't wait or nothing. I'm just getting up here doing my shows. If you feel the shows and you want to contribute to the show, my Cash App is right there. I'm dropping them in my Patreon and video stuff like that. But I don't have to do too much. It's either you get it or you don't. You want to get it or you don't. You know, there's nothing I fear on this earth more than God, and not telling you I don't wait up for nothing. You know, it's a lot of people who was here talking that shit a long time ago when a nigga was fooling around on YouTube. But now a nigga got wise and got serious and got and have some sense of direction. Ain't that many people around. I'm not just, you know, people come and go, you know. And the thing about good people is we always waiting and hoping people get. Ain't no reason. They get it. People get it. Especially our people. They just choose to be ignorant of God's law and all that. Oh, no, God ain't real. None of that stuff real. Oh, it's very real. In fact, they using this stuff against you. While you believing in all this spiritual magic and ancestors and Jesus with the white dude on the cross, and they going to come back real in the sky and right there and just come on down and just everybody gonna be raptured up, you know, and it's gonna be just so we are the world. We are just neglectful of what just happened to me and my hell, I don't want to go with you. I'm not going where you going. That must be the trick. Go ahead. We are the world. I learned my lesson from that shit. Nope. I'm cool. You can have it. Tamika Mallory, George Soros. This all have something to do with funds and sending your resources and using your people against you. This is all proof here. So for these people to try to use our pain against us, hence mediocre tutorial, I got to stand against him with his goofy ass because he don't understand the plight of our people. Press 1. The only thing he know is the black woman, the modern black woman ain't dating him. None of them know nothing. The Eastern woman is better. They're more submissive. Nigga, and I'm sure they Eastern men is smarter too when it comes to statistics, fool. So what you talking? So let the Eastern man be with the Eastern woman. Don't be trying to come over here and convince me why my women aren't great. We did that so long in our community. No, we know. And I ain't shit either, according to you. Press 1. I don't give a damn. I know one thing. I'm not eating squids. Press 1. I'm not eating squids. I'm going to have a late night show reviewing Asian food. Press 1. Keep playing. And why Afro-American women make the best cornbread, chicken, and spaghetti combo you will ever have mixed with little greens. Press 1. No, fuck that. We're going to get back to culture of food dialect. China Mac want to run around and play fucking games. All right? We're going to show your people what y'all eat. Press 1. I'm going to show people why you don't date these people, on how Eastern culture women, men shouldn't like us, don't date. First of all, we like deodorant and clean things. Press 1, we like stuff. You ain't finna be wearing all them hot clothes smelling up around here like that. You let that window open around this bitch. Press 1, yeah, wash your face. What's that on your head? I'm going to my grandma's house. Girl, right here. That ain't rolling. You got to be right here. I'm going down a list. This why we ain't dating this one. This why we ain't dating your people. This why we ain't dating your people. Press 1, go right down the line. Have fun. I can give a shit about
unknown caller.
About nothing. Total destruction. When your brain is fixed on history, you're not caught up in all these little feelings. Press 1. Coffee and Kush TV. You're on the air.
Hey, Kel.
What's up,
this MTN News call from Memphis, Tennessee.
What up?
Man, I think one of the most important things going on with what you got going could be a conversation or a debate or however you would have it with Dane Calloway.
Why?
Because I've been following Dane Calloway for the last year or so, and basically I'm one of those people that you would think that's misled or misguided about some of the things that he said, because some of the things he said.
But Dane Calloway,
I kind of agree with
Dane Calloway. He's not even in this time realm. He's an Indian in his time. He needs.
I know. I watch your show the other day.
He can't debate me because he's on the back of a turtle floating around through the universe. You see, his language only got 6 words. Hide by, around the corner, up the damn Alaska, some damn where. We establish laws here. We stand nations upright. There's no debate. We really have tides. We really know God. We don't trade otter skins and deer bucks only for belts and put them on our front of our trucks and get on. We ain't. There's no debate. He don't even know nothing he talking about because he's in a time that doesn't exist. He believe Asiatic Mongols and Khans is past Negroes who could nationalize themselves with the death of real Negroes. I don't want to debate with no clown like that. There's no reason to. He doesn't validate me. That's for sure. Everything that I've proven is biblical. He don't believe in Christ like that. He can't go to the Bible and prove nothing he's talking about. You see, and when you don't follow God, you have no foundation. See, he don't got callers calling in. They sit they fat asses over there and talk about eating chicken and shit with a bunch of women. You see these women over here? They own the real shit. They eat nutrition. Press 1. They ain't thinking about no damn Niji Indian. My people know the truth. Why would there's no conversation? That's like arguing with one of these people on the street about nothing. He in the way. He's probably a frat brother. He probably pledged to ignorance and didn't know Kevin Gillespie was sitting right here being the clown that he is, but he knows what he knows. They didn't expect that. He can't talk to me. He can't. He's banned. He's barred. That ignorance he got right there, where fake Indians, this guy who murdered my people and got our name. When the last Indian got a Washington last name? He ain't proved not one thing he talking about. He ain't even come outside by the ass. Press 1.
That's fine.
You don't even come out. I'm sorry, man, but I'm past Dane. My crowd, I don't have thousands, but the intelligent on fleet. I ain't worried about, I'm not trying to get accepted by nobody. Mom make the world adjust to me. That's harder. You gonna learn today. I'm not changing for nothing. You gonna learn. Thank you, King. I'm sorry. You just had to, you just here,
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, King. These are clout chasers. They don't want this. A debate about what time frame? Yeah, I've been went back so far and got right here. What? Carimio, tell him you fucked up. Tell him Carimio. Carimio fucked up when he said George Washington was a black man. Press 1. I don't need no validation. They been to me. And you ever seen the movie Matrix when Neo said, and the world adjusted? That's what they do. They adjust. They take my words and that shit change their life. Press 1. Janice don't know what the fuck she talking about no more. Oh, press 1. I left the Indians in the dust. Press 1. I think you should just debate him or converse. He got a channel full of hundreds of thousands. He a millionaire, remember? He's a millionaire. I'm not no millionaire. I live day by day. What? I make this shit look good, huh? Press 1. Laura called in with her Harvard, Syracuse graduating ass. Press 1. We got the big dogs, the Ivy Leagues here. You look, Mama, I got my good clothes on today. I told you all the leagues was coming to check me out today, do my shit. I said I'm gonna put my best clothes on. I felt like that. Motherfucking I think I'm in an NFL draft right now. Mama, press 1. Mama. George Soros in trouble. Tamika Mallory and Mason is playing around. He needs some he needs some help. They trying to draft. Press 1, all the little frat boys out there. But guess what? See? That's that supreme knowledge. Press 1. You will never experience history like this because they left this part out. People right now making videos. 1,000 years been ripped from the community, but they can't explain it, so they're using Caribbean music and goddamn mountain 3D background. No, tell it. If it's yours, tell it. You damn right. 1,000 years. That's the devil. This is easy work for me. I'm like Floyd Mayweather right now. They can't battle this. George Soros from Joe Biden. But guess what? You know what is really? I'm so fucked up because I'm smoking a blunt. They don't know how I'm rocking. They don't know if I'm coming with Nike Cortez, Chuck Taylor, suit and tie. They don't know how I'm rocking. I may come up this motherfucker with a judge outfit on, playing a whole role, and on turning into something else. That's a unique quality there. They're not used to that fighting style. Press 1. They're not used to that. They're not used to you being the clown, joker, ace, 10, 10, quack, jack, queen, king, ace. I'm the royal flush, fool. I'm talking about ace. I got 3 aces. Press 1. Nigga kept the royal flush, fool. Y'all forgot about me. Press 1. Y'all forgot about me. That's why I put this movie up. Legacy abandoned. Press 1. So this white lady will tell us exactly what the trust is. Press 1. See, when you know what the trust is, you not lost. Now this is going on my Discord when y'all ready to jump. The whole thing, so you can take your time and listen to all 4 parts. It is VHS, so it is kind of cringy, but you get the picture. She's telling you straight out. It's up to us to break the matrix of the past. You feel me? Well, speaking of matrix, what you think you in? You always say y'all in the matrix and don't know what it is. These people up here talking about the motherland, the mother country, you know, the womb. Nigga, you dealing with foster parents. They don't stole you. They don't stole you with no remorse. Just stole you. That's illegal. Just stole you and stole your name, your paperwork, put you in the trust. Every time it's time to give you be the beneficiary to the trust. They want to say it's theirs, and then they say, oh, pow, Press 1 hit you upside the head with a Michael Vick dog conviction, Kobe Bryant, some old weak-ass propaganda always in my way. That's all they do to stop the process of God work, is they always got to do something else. We got it. It's funny how the sister brought up Ukraine, ain't it? How all this start with Ukraine and it's ending with Ukraine. And you talking about we in a world war. Your ass is in it, for sure. This is it, baby. That's it. You just didn't know it was right now. Press 1, you ain't know. 7/13/22. You ain't knowing what the fuck they doing over there. You just partying when they just told you what the divert was. The way we live in our life and constructed this false sense of culture is because you've been diverted. Don't you get it? You taking up space. You see? You've been diverted. And your dividends is all over the road. Use these for charity. Press 1. This is how they talk. We use these for charity, you know. You left it all over the road. After the traffic jam, you don't remember? No? You don't remember? Press 1. Well, we can make movies. They don't remember the traffic jam. Let's make a movie called Traffic Jam and put it in their face. Press 1. Traffic Jam Part 3. All right? So let's listen to this beautiful part 4 of the right here. If you would like to support the broadcast, this is the Legacy part 4. I am on Cash App. My Cash App is Gills Gang. Hold on, let me turn this off real quick. Gills Gang. What a beautiful time to be alive. What a beautiful time. I know my man Mediocre Tutorials is in the building. Shout out to you for getting this learning experience. But y'all really need to chill and understand our plight. And y'all really are abusing y'all little, because I'm not letting nerds talk about my people knowing all this. You feel me? And you're a smart man. I know you're a smart man because you like Yu-Gi-Oh! And them little Japanese cartoons. And my son like those. And he's smart. Press 1. So, y'all like the same toys and stuff. Press 1. So, I just want to let you know. I don't want to talk about him too much, but I just want to, where he at? There you go. Listen, bro. I don't really got no beef with you, bro, other than the fact that you come hard on black women, bro. And you just got to chill. That's all it is. Sit back. I know you probably never really was cool and you thought this was cool and that was cool. Actually, you cool because you smart. And you can actually, other than hate black women so much, you can actually know our plight and help with developing them instead of criticizing them so much. Because at this point, black women on Instagram, they like, we sorry, black man. We get it. Y'all fucked us up. We're fucked up. And then these black men running around talking about, no, we don't forgive black women because we look bad to the world. Boy, those black women can't be forgiven. But if black women can't be forgiven, how y'all believe in Christ? Because they say in Ephesians that you're supposed to forgive each other. Press 1. We supposed to forgive each other. We supposed to forgive each other as Christ forgave us. Press 1. So if we don't forgive our women, how we expect to be godly and expect to go to heaven? I don't expect him. I'm not listening to just anybody. You feel me? You gotta forgive. Y'all gotta forgive these. So not that you have to. You do what you want to. You know, but forgiveness, you know, it's a beautiful thing. And you ain't got to bear that burden in your life. That's a burden that you got in your head, brother. When you've been hurt by some female. And I know female crazy nowadays. But so y'all see, Kev got up out of here. And I ain't saying he passed away because I don't believe none of that shit. I don't believe that shit. Ever since I said Kevin Samuels was Tracy McGrady, cause motherfuckers got to dropping water everywhere and getting up out of here. So I have fun with it. The conspiracies is fun. Just relax on the sister sometimes. Throw your people up there. All your people ain't obedient. And if you go into the Bible, y'all really not obedient if we go to your country, bro. And I'm just saying that, you know, don't make me do it. Because I can get up in the middle of the night and clout chase off of you, Manos Fair niggas, and make tons of cash doing reactions on Reactions with Kev Gills. Trust me. I will make y'all my everyday topic. Look at this, another fuck off. I'll be paying females, smart ass females from different shows. Come on, let's talk about these clowns. Get them, girls. We will fuck y'all up out here. Press 1. Give y'all depression. Facts. So it's nothing against you, bro. It's nothing against you. I'm gonna do one more reaction to you tonight. Just one more clowning, and that's it. I promise. Call me. I'm gonna do one more. But I'm gonna give one more over to you niggas, and then I'm out of this one until the reaction show. But I'm gonna get one more tonight out of you. Well, I was thinking about something. I said, let me get this guy. Let me get him out of here. But let's watch the Legacy program and get back to our studies. Press 1. Let's get back to our studies. I'm a class clown myself. I don't know why I be talking so much shit. All right, let's go, guys. Remember we were talking about Ellis Island, 1892. Look, it opened up. Look, pay attention. Ellis Island is where Plymouth Rock is. Plymouth Rock is Ellis Island. That's where all foreigners came in. I got video of all you foreigners, all your great-grandpappies coming on a boat. We didn't come from Africa, you did. A bunch of Turkish people, Moroccans, Asian, Mongoloid, bunch of blacks. Bunch of black meaning stateless. Press 1. Not alive yet. Press 1. Look, 2020, look at this. 22 million people entered the country. Do you hear me? This is your African slave trade right here. Between that time, 1892 and 1924, the most destructive legislation to the preamble of state was passed by Congress. You get it? Between 1890, they just told her themselves, fool, press 1. We in the future. They in the 70s. They told her themselves. Between 1892, when this shit happened at Ellis Island, just like I said, they just got here. Press 1. They just got here. I know they told you. I know Tamika Mallory told you it was a slave trade and you black. And I know. Trust me. Give me a hug. Come here. Press 1. Give me a hug. I know. I know. They said, we slaves. This one. They just got here in 1890s. Over 22 million, 22 to 100 million people came here, and it was already built. Listen to me. It was already car, train, nigga. So when y'all ready to go there, let us know. Y'all talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Y'all thinking like we cowboys and had dirt roads. No, bro. Ellis Island in the late 1800s is video of this. Are you crazy? I got video of your birth. See, Father Abraham had many sons. He didn't emancipate me. He emancipated you. Press 1. Y'all was stateless. Press 1. So it's not your preamble, it's state. Do you get it? You just got here. You get it? It's not yours, George. It's the other George's preamble estate and his people. You get it? Bingo. So the immigration crashed the market. They crashed the market.
Shame.
They crashed the market.
Shame.
On purpose. They crashed the market. Influx of immigration.
Page 388, section 147. The scope of this division is not merely technical spendthrift trusts and other trusts aimed at protection of beneficiaries.
Aimed at what? The protection of beneficiaries. Y'all gonna learn today. Walk with me. Press 1. Where's that ad? Look at me, King. Look at me. You gonna get this work. Look at me, King. Where New York at? They gonna get this work. Yeah, y'all gonna get this work. Press 1. This nigga from South Central went to the East Coast and blew up. Press 1. He became a civilized young man. Shout out to the East Coast. Press 1. They gave me the grittiness I need. I bought me some Timberland boots. Press 1. A fluffy jacket. Say word, son. I had to blend in with them. I gotta get some of this Philly and New York and Connecticut and Jersey, rough my feathers up, press button. See how this is? You got that South Central. You got to you got to do a Chitlin trail. You got to go around, get a taste of the South. Press 1, go to the North. Press 1, go in and out. Press 1. Facts. So we talking about, I'm retarded. We're talking about an estate here.
Against their alienees.
You hear me? So they got to protect you from their alienees. What the fuck is an alienese? Can somebody get back to me, please? We work best together. Fucking insane. Because y'all think Joe Biden said it. She's on a tear. I'm starting to just think y'all are crazy. The states must reset their self.
Page 388, section 147. The scope of this division is not merely technical spendthrift trusts and other trusts aimed at protection of beneficiaries against their alienees and creditors, but it includes all trusts aimed at protection of beneficiaries in present or...
Oh my goodness. Oh my, we on our way, y'all. All I can say is God is with us. That's all I can tell you.
Future support and maintenance, including education, even though their protection may be merely against the direct control of the res. Okay, direct control of this res?
Crazy.
It's prohibiting us from being in direct control of this.
See? When she's talking about her, that's you. She's talking about you, not her. She's from Poland somewhere. They just got here, and those names in these estates was here before her. She just one of these Confederate women who wanted to convince you from Africa. She's talking, it's you. So just sit back and listen to her.
You can basically say that that's exactly what that just said. Or income of the trust by the beneficiary, and not against alienation by him or against his debts. As a matter of fact, two chief situations exist where support or similar trust.
Forgive them their debts as we forgive their debtors. As we forgive our debtors, it's all in the fucking law. That's why the Catholic Church took out forgiving the debt, because you a slave forever, nigga. Debt bondage, just like I said. Checkmate. Booyah.
Is protected merely against direct control by the beneficiary of his interest in the trust estate.
Number one.
Okay, down further you will see, about the third line up, it's basically to protect himself against his own improvidence or incapacity of management, a trust of which character cannot, according to the universal rule, protect the settlor against his own acts of alienations or debts. Now this 14th Amendment so-called trust under the Federal Reserve Act is supposedly...
Under the Federal Reserve Act. Pick up, though.
Protecting our improvidences in this. You know, like if we had this, we couldn't handle it correctly. They may be right. There's a lot of ignorant people in this world. God forbid. I mean, our country is already in the hands of ignorance. I should know. I have been there. I have been ignorant. We all have. Let's try to find more understanding and bring ourselves out of darkness. Okay, definitions and distinctions. In a broad sense, a spendthrift support or other similar protective trust is one created to provide a fund for the maintenance of the beneficiary, voila, the Federal Reserve Act, and at the same time to secure it against his improvidence or incapacity. So therefore you see that the Federal Reserve Act is totally lawful for certain persons. Okay? In other words, it bars such interest from seizure in satisfaction of debts. The name Spendthrift Trust is poorly descriptive, since no spendthriftiness or profligacy. I'm a little tongue-tied. Sometimes I flip words around. A little of a beneficiary is requisite or prolific, open to inquiry and determination of the existence of such trust. While spendthrift trusts are usually regarded as inclusive of all trusts, which bar creditors from reaching a beneficiary's interest.
Watch this. Somebody said, pay themselves while pretending to help. Yes, that's why they just spent $1.7 billion on what? Humanitarian efforts. I just giggled. I said, oh, I see right through the matrix now. It's rap.
That's interesting. I think the banks really get to us. They are in strict legal nomenclature to be distinguished from other trusts seeking to protect a trust estate against the grantees. Now, let's see. Down in the next section, there will come up the word inherent, okay? If they're assuming there is no inherent objection to spendthrift discretionary support and other protective trusts, I don't recall anybody having any inherent objection to the Federal Reserve Act. Nobody complained about it at the time.
Yeah, because you was in an internment camp.
Certain prerequisites must appear before a valid trust of this kind can be said to be created. While it is not essential that the beneficiary be in fact a spendthrift, or that the settlor state his reasons and motives, it is essential to the existence of a trust of this character that there are some restraints, okay, on the immunity or of the interest or benefit of the cestui. Now, we're placing controls on the beneficiary here. In section 159 on page 398, you will see that a beneficiary of a spendthrift trust may, prior to accepting the trust, effectively disclaim or renounce the trust. They didn't even tell us that was available, did they? Now, on page 413...
To do what? Renounce the trust. What does renounce mean? Renounce. To deny, to cast off, or to reject. Press 1. To disown, to disclaim.
Or should I go backwards one more?
On which page?
Let's go to 413.
So after that perilous state, you kind of didn't know what the fuck you were doing after the flood. You were acclimated into the federal system, which in turn denied your own sovereignty. And you rejected legally by accepting assistance. You got your own inheritance. You got your own.
Section just above 177. The last paragraph says a beneficiary of a spendthrift trust.
You wouldn't know that because George was providing for you. So everything was just everything. You probably get money just you got you up, and then you fuck around and have oil on your land or some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? As long as you pay your way, it goes back to the journey. You got innumerable riches because you're of this is yours.
Has been required to repay an overpayment to him out of the trust. Okay, we start seeing the 1040 here. You're a spendthrift beneficiary of a spendthrift trust, and every year you've gotten too much money from the trust res, so you have to return some of it on that 1040.
Interesting.
Yeah, so when you pay your taxes, it's pretty much like they're just cooking the books. It's just like you gotta pay.
Page 415, Section 179. The beneficiaries of a spendthrift or other support trust are entitled to the benefits conferred in accordance with...
No, I said everything was everything. You're thinking like it's scandalous. I said everything was everything. I'm saying King George ran this whole thing. So when I say everything was everything, that's just hood terminology for it is what it was, it is what it is. You know, we balling because we balling. We never mind.
The terms of the trust, expressed or implied.
Yeah, so they manage the account.
Of course. Generally speaking, the operation and effect of such trust in respect to benefits are governed by rules and principles applying to provisions for support, whether in wills, like the 14th Amendment Codicil, deeds, contracts, declarations of trust, or other instruments. Support trusts quite commonly are based on support contracts. There's your Social Security Act, a support contract. And being thus purchased for a consideration. Here's your uniform.
Being thus purchased for a consideration.
Commercial code. Subject to, what did you buy? Where's the contract? Or is all of this falling in? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. I hope so. Section 180. Where it's marked down, where it starts, such a trust casts upon the trustee the duty to exercise sound judicious judgment, to determine what is necessary for the support of a beneficiary, and to turn over to him trust income or property or funds in such amount in accordance with the terms of the trust. Page 417, Section 182. The trustee, under a spendthrift or other support trust, is often vested with discretion to determine the occasion or amount of support payments or other benefits or other occurrence of or compliance with conditions entitling the beneficiary to a payment or to the corpus of the estate. Now, this is saying that they have the right to determine what we can have. Now, if you have never been in an audit...
No, it's not about that. It's about, they found an ingenious way. They gave you crack syringes.
With the Internal Revenue Service, you will not relate to this. If you have been in an audit, you will actually get in your gut that they are making the determination as to what you can have. Well, we disallow this. Well, we disallow that. And you're sitting there going, I did this in full faith. I did this in honesty. And they're throwing it out the window. And that person is determining what I can have.
Mm-hmm. Or you're only this of a person.
Y'all want food stamps. That's what y'all want. Y'all want to fight and then the corporations rob you. Press 1.
The next page.
I just proved to you they gave her $100,000 in TV time.
You will find a request for an OMB review. This is SF 83, Standard Form 83. This is regarding the Social Security number. This comes from the Office of Management and Budget. In number 4 there, you will see it does refer to the Social Security. It says application for a Social Security number card, original replacement or correction on Form SS5. Please forgive that these things have dark backgrounds because they were marked in a pencil or marking device that was copyable. We weren't quite sure. When you look at this carefully, you'll notice in number 9, it says CFR section affected. There are none. And if you go to the next page, it'll give the description, Social Security benefits, application number, original replacement, etc. And a pertinent part of the form is number 24. Respondent's obligation to comply. You will notice that number 1, voluntary, is not marked, neither is number 3, mandatory, but number 2 says required to obtain or retain a benefit. That is what a Social Security number and card is for. That comes directly from the OMB, which is the office below the President of the United States. Now, the Federal Reserve Act created the trust and the fund of the trust. The Social Security Act created your ability to receive benefits, and the number here shows, or this OMB request shows, that it is only to obtain or retain a benefit.
So those Social Security cards and numbers that they get and names, this is for them to obtain the benefit.
From this spendthrift trust fund.
From this spendthrift trust. Do you get the benefit? No, you're denied the benefit and the access. We went over that. Who gets it? All the immigrants of the world get it. Do you understand what I'm saying? All the ones they want to come here and federalize and maintain total control and disguise themselves as the term white people. But they're not white people. They're from different nations of the world.
Page 419, section 184. In the absence of anything in the trust declaration indicating the amount of support benefit, which it wasn't in the Federal Reserve Act, to which the beneficiary is entitled under a spendthrift or other support trust, the amount thereof is to be determined by the trustee in the light of the station of life, your status, and mode of living of the trustor and the beneficiary, the relationship.
Your status. You're white.
Between the two of them, or between them, and roles. The needs of the beneficiary. Here's your 1040 being defined. It's starting to be defined, I should say. Okay, the Internal Revenue Service now comes in. The trustees make a determination. What is your status? Please send us your Social Security number so that we might know who you are. What is your status in life? What is your status in this country? What is your status in relationship to the preamble? What is your
status in relation to the preamble? Well, I'm white, so I get these benefits. I'm entitled to these privileges. Well, I'm black. Well, you're not entitled to these privileges or nothing. But you don't know that you're a part of the state and given access for her to even say this. Once you recall yours and retract, it's over. It's over. There's that simple. Once you recall, deny, it's over. The game is over. This is what this whole thing is about.
State. 422. Page. Section 187. While compliance with or the occurrence of conditions precedent and conditions subsequent, it is a requisite to the right to receive. Remember that from the charities. Or retain the benefits of a spendthrift, support, or similar trust containing such conditions. Compliance with or occurrence of conditions precedents and conditions subsequent. I could go into that, but conditions precedent and subsequent is another book, another page. Okay, now 423, place of support. How many of you have heard that the income tax applies to you no matter where you reside? Yeah. Okay. Section 188. A beneficiary of a spendthrift or other support trust generally is entitled to support, of course, or other benefit under the trust irrespective of where he resides. This ties the two in. You're subject no matter where you reside. You can receive benefits anywhere you reside. This is... everything starts tying in together now.
Told you. No matter where you are. No matter where you are. I told you, it's the reason why reclassification, shout out to Angela Moore, is a part of my theme song. It's over entertainment. It's to you. Reclassification over entertainment. It's not just a slogan. It's, do you understand what I'm saying? I already told you what the entertainment was for. And I'm telling you why you need to be reclassified. So when they say reclassification over entertainment, it's to you, because it is. You. Kev Rowe. Support the realest podcaster on the planet. It was all built for you. Press button.
Melding, becoming one, becoming clear.
Well, I order my food from Uber Eats.
Page 427, application of statute of frauds and wills.
I'm gonna try
A trust by operation of law, whether it is resulting or constructive, is not within the statute of frauds, and is not required by the statute to be created or proved in writing. Neither do the provisions of the statute of wills apply to the creation of such trust. Such trust may be established by parole evidence. Okay? Further down in there, a trust of this...
Just evidence. You probably bring a nigga ID in. Just falsify the document. You don't even need much to steal nothing.
This kind arises from the fact of consideration, or the fact of fraud or wrongfulness giving rise to unjust enrichment, and not from a written agreement, instrument, or will. And rest on estoppel. The purpose of statutes...
You don't need no will. Nigga, they gonna get you. No, that's the whole trick. No, don't get married. Don't pass your inheritance down. And fuck these black women. They come get some nice men. Press button. Forget these black women. Come on, guys. Press button. Come on, let's not leave nothing for our children. Let's not develop ourselves. Let's give in to entertainment. Really.
Fraud is to prevent, not to permit, the consummation of fraud or unjust enrichment. Now, we skipped over a few things here, but we're getting into the idea of a constructive trust is created because there's fraud located somewhere there. I call I call this, when I'm talking to the bureaucrats at this point in my life now, I call it a constructive spendthrift trust by implication of law. Okay?
By implication of law. See? And when you go back in this time when they're ripping these things out, go look at what you was doing. You was on heroin, rapping around, destroying the community, watching OJ, doing all this other shit. You are not aware because of entertainment. Because you've been diverted. See? You see? You've been diverted. Now you stuck in the Trojan horse entertainment world where Satnata and them exist, where all these false characters and false storylines and false histories and Disneylands and Mickey Mouses and all this override law. God's law. Let's form our own Congress, damn a Congress, Supreme Court law. That's why you had a king over you. That's why George Washington ain't no damn French white man that came from over there. He's the one that freed you. George Washington freed you. These people enslaved you. And then they made him look like he come from London, Wales, across the water somewhere where everything over here say his name. Are y'all crazy? Europe like this big. Are y'all crazy? Europe like this big. We developed North Africa. We developed Morocco. We developed all of them and gave them liberty. You can't have right, but you can have damn liberty right this bitch. Because right is divine. Press 1. Right is divine. But these are all swastika under the Dagon religious group, caustic, Holocaust, organic burning, Negro hating, King George and King David and King James. They don't give a damn. King James is the one who gave you the Bible, fool. That's a hurt right there. King James founded this whole thing.
Shame.
And he gave you the word of God. You ever notice how the word of God sound just like this, what you going through? Because they knew what these little fucking corporate pieces of devils was up to. So what they do? They so smart. They did what I would do. Ballad of a Dead Soldier. Let me write this in a form. They'll get it in the future. You ever seen one of those letters written and with a big ship inside? And it's put on whoever, press button, catch this is meant for you, press button. That type of shit. This is for you. This is the hidden treasure right here. And so it's important that you know what they're talking about, and you know what these words mean per se. Everybody needs an 1828 dictionary. Everybody needs, not just to Google it. You might want to be laying on your bed or at the table just going over words like I had no idea. That's why I'm choosing not to download it, because I want to be in front of the damn computer. I want to read. That's why I got this right here too. I bought myself a nice little handy dandy notebook. Press 1. With a nice little wooden pen, nice ballpoint, professional. I can go to Starbucks now, act like I'm busy. What? I'm writing here. Press 1. What do you mean be safe? Press 1. I want to write again. They wrote the script like a good doctor. Get out of here. Press 1. This motherfucker right here. You, Adam, Eve, dust of ground. Press 1. This is what it is, G. You are made from the ground up. No, man, you America. You go out this law, you serving the world. What's in the world, death. You feel me? Yeah, it's scary. Just a bunch of kids. But it's made to scare you a little bit. Authority. That's why Papa's got that. Don't do that. You want to get run over there and get flipped upside down, head bust, take you to the store? now, all little boys know they like flimsy and you don't take you to the hospital. You want to be missing an arm. You got to prepare your children for the snares of the devil. Press 1. And the word of God is written by divine holy men. Facts. And the testimonies. So all the testimonies ain't divine. Some people just regular people. Some people just didn't get it till it was over, but for the most part, everything has its.
I think it's a good terminology. I say it's a spendthrift trust. There is fraud involved somewhere here, so it's constructive, and it is basically, and again, by implication of law, because you can't find it written down anywhere.
You can't find this written down nowhere. Maybe this shit is in the law.
It is definitely implied. There is definitely an implication that this thing exists, even though they failed to inform us and to write it down so that we could see it and find it. You could even call it a...
Now, are you operating out of the Constitution where she coming from? No. That's for federal Ellis Island.
Cause I'm an island boy and I've been trying to make. Oh, I'm an island boy. I'm a just island boy.
You thought I was
I'm
talking
just
about?
Island boy. I'ma get key white grind. You're gonna keep that gun. I'll be just staring at the sun. I'm just out full gazing. I'm like, pull where I'm staying. They're like, you wanna be famous? I'm trying to be out the greatest. I'm a Florida boy. I got a real down tropic. I'm like,
every immigrant feel that shit right there. Trust me. Every immigrant on earth, nigga, they see that Statue of Liberty.
Cause I'm an island boy and I've been trying
Superstar.
to make. Oh, I'm an island boy. I'm a get
This white man, this little Jewish white man said, I'm stargazing. I'm just nigga staring at the sun. I'm eating melanin. I'm becoming melanated as I speak. I promise you, babe. White people trip me the fuck out. These type of people, hip hop culture, this shit hilarious. It's like a circus to me. I don't believe it. And it's catchy too. I'm a fucking island boy. I need that. Press button. History class. I need that. But listening to the language and knowing why and what's funny about it, you'll get it. You'll get it because they Ellis Island boys. All of you. Press button. So you got a track record. They want to say 1876, 1776. No. More like 1976. More up here. You don't exist way back there. Press 1. See? You don't exist way back there. That's too far back. Every white person, Hindu, all you immigrants can trace your lineage where? Back to where you come from. You know why we can't? Because we come from right here. What the fuck is hard to understand? Your name was not Michael Bensley when you was over there in Russia. You get what I'm saying? You got this card. It's called benefit. My card means shit. Press 1. You get white privilege. I black. When I meet you, you black, stateless refugee. Press 1. Now I refugee. What happened? Press 1. My friend. Press 1. My family. Press 1. I thought you my friend. Oh, you don't know me now. You don't walk off with my shoes on. That's bugged up, bro. I thought you was my friend. Being too motherfucking nice. Listening to the Island Boys when you should be listening to George. Press 1. It's the reason why there's law. It's the reason why they was put under this. They are given liberty. What the first thing you see on the ship? Statue of what? Liberty. Press 1. They had one over there and one over here. Press 1. Liberty. That motherfucker is not the statue of freedom. That is not the statue of divine right. Press 1. That is not to do without will. This is the work. And get this, keep it going. This isn't for genocide and flip this whole thing over into something that is not. Y'all crazy. Let me get back to the studies. And this is definitely not for pirates law.
Spendthrift trust by implication of law, or just spendthrift trust. Y'all
just hollering for reparations. Where they gonna get it from? You don't even sound credible. You don't know nothing about the spendthrift trust. You don't know that they been jacking us up. Press 1. You need your spendthrift. Don't you want white privilege? You need your spendthrift trust, don't you? Vote for Mr. Gillespie. I'm gonna get all the votes for black people. Tell her, mama. This nigga smoke weed and he's trying to get us. No, that's not real. That white man put his ass out there. There's a make-believe nigga right there. This nigga smoke weed, mama. And he trying to get us the benefit you lost. What benefits I lost, son? Benefit? Do you need your benefit? Well, I need my vote. That's the perfect approach right there. We're going to shine Mr. Gillespie up real good, bro. Lord, they tapped into it, nigga. What is this? So your social security number say that? That ain't even your name. Where you get that name from? What your social security say, my nigga? Nothing. What yours say? Blank. You got money on your social security? I don't got social security. I got EBT. You ain't got no money on that. That's $200. They supposed to have a grant. I'm talking about some big shit. Where is my money, man? I'm trying to see why all these white people get big homes. They in the Colorado Rocky Mountains and skis and shit, climbing mountains. I ain't never did no shit like that. Where the fuck y'all getting all this money for? Ain't no fucking way y'all got these big ass trucks just because y'all went to work. Ain't no motherfucking way. This life too motherfucking hard. Ain't no motherfucking way. I'm tired of playing. Where the fuck y'all getting all this cool Hemi shit from? I'm a YouTuber. I'm just now getting there, bro. What the fuck is going on? Look, you gotta be a YouTuber or something to get a big truck? This motherfucker got trucks and dirt bikes. What the fuck going on? I feel like a damn kid going to my friend house. What the fuck? Sir, you got a 1968 VW buggy, bro. Look at the exhaust on this bitch. Fuck you, you gotta go to work. I do work. No, you gotta work harder, Kev. You piece of shit. Press 1. I need new friends. You piece of. I gotta work harder. I make more money than you, nigga. What the fuck is going on? What type of rebate you getting? I make my motherfucking money than you. What the fuck is going on?
Definitely had spendthrift trust there.
You're fucking handyman. How the fuck you get dirt bike?
Resulting trust, 429. The doctrine of resulting trust is a familiar one in equity jurisprudence, broadly speaking.
I feel like I'm listening next door to white people having a convention. Press 1. Ain't that what it should sound like? Like you know, what the fuck is my neighbors talking about? Like you moved into this new community and the white old lady brought her friends over talking about they finna have tea and discussion. Press 1. I'm listening and shit. What the fuck they over there talking about?
A resulting trust arises from the nature or circumstances of consideration involved in a transaction whereby one person thereby becomes invested with a legal title but is obligated in equity to hold his legal title for the benefit of another.
Oh, so they just ain't doing nothing. They giving basketball courts. I don't believe this. Big U giving away Crenshaw backpacks? Oh, hell no. What the fuck? Makita's cookies?
Here's the constructive trust, 446, section.
These motherfuckers is buying foreign cars and leasing them to these rappers. Press 1 with our shit. So the rappers in front of us talking about, hey, Versace, 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 hey, Versace, 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 Versace. Look at me for wearing a Versace. Press 1. Damn, that's how you gotta look at life. They selling you this. So you don't wear Versace. You don't get your own brand, Gillespie. That's one. You don't get your own shit.
Constructive trust, otherwise known as a trust ex maleficio, a trust delecto, ex delecto, a trust de son tort, an involuntary trust.
Sir, oh my goodness.
Involuntary. That's why I call it constructive spendthrift trust. Okay, or it's involuntary.
Sound familiar? Oh man. Oh,
it's also one created under tort. Their tort. Or an implied.
Their tort? What is tort? And why would she say their tort if it's you? See, she knows what she's talking about. Press 1. She know that's R. Tort. Let me see. Oh, this is crazy. Any wrong or any retorts or injuries done.
Trust is a trust by operation of law which
let's just say you people are sick.
Is contrary to the intention and invite them against
you want to know why? You want to know why you did? You want to know why? You know why they get off killing you? Go to tort, 1828 dictionary law part. Go over there right now.
Constructive by duress or abuse. Those are familiar words.
Direct or abuse. She talking about it right now. Hurry up and Google it. Hurry up.
Of confidence, absolutely. By commission of wrong or by any form of unconscionable conduct, artifice, concealment, or questionable means, or who in any way against equity and good conscience either has obtained or holds the legal right to property which he ought not in equity and good conscience hold and enjoy.
Remember the equity? What was given in equity? The crack case, the crack pipe. Oh, remember? As a balance for the equity, they gave the crack pipe program.
Not like this. Not like this.
Somebody's got my property and I want it. Perpetuities. Perpetuities, okay? Now, if you look at this and you go, okay, it's perpetual, there is a rule against perpetuities, okay, but it does not apply to charitable trusts.
Oh, you know, since it's a charitable trust, they don't know, they smart enough to have made it apply to the corporate trust. Well, one thing George and them didn't think about was a goddamn charity. These motherfuckers cold.
Private trusts. That's what makes this a charitable trust. That's what makes the 14th Amendment a charitable trust. This makes them kosher in the eyes of the perpetuity rule. Okay, now they can last forever.
Forever. 14th Amendment. Now we got them forever. Press 1. You hear it? Okay, so it's all about the language. Shout out to Compton Cuz.
And ever. And ever.
Oh, man.
That's why I've been bringing all this stuff and charities in here. Because you can't just say, well, it's a trust, and say, well, what about the rule against perpetuities? Oh, you wouldn't know what to say. Well,
this is all statutory law.
This falls under, no, this is common law. Well, no, what I'm talking about is common law, okay, and that they've diversified common law to statutory form.
Perpetuities, though.
Oh, perpetuities go back a long time, yes, long time, to the statute of uses. Because that's what they wanted to break in England on the corporate structure of under Mortmain. They were trying to break the perpetual hold of Mortmain through the Catholic Church.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Told you. What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? I'm sitting up here telling you the truth.
Corporations are not subject to perpetuities.
But I told you.
Okay. And the Catholic Church had England in its grasp, its death grip.
The glove. The death grip.
So way back when is when they came up on the perpetuities in regards to trusts, so that a private trust could not be perpetual. Okay, a charitable trust could be, but there are a lot of restrictions on charity.
So the church is the charity, right? All right. It's a forced tax.
That's what the rule of Shelley's case is, goes way back.
This is crazy.
Okay, I told you once that restraint on alienation was found under perpetuity, so I've thrown some of it in there. Okay. The general rule is that one of the incidents of ownership of property is the right to convey it. Okay, and the law will not permit the rights of ownership to be fettered by the imposition of restraints by grantors or testators who seek to convey or dispose of their property and at the same time maintain control over its alienation or use. The United States government has restrained my alienation on this property, and it is a restraint on alienation under this right here. They're trying to control my property, my estate. This cannot be allowed. Thus, whether imposed by deed or will, deed or 14th Amendment will, restraint on alienation is...
Meaning I don't give a fuck what you got over there.
...is ordinarily a void, except under the 14th Amendment, it's a spendthrift trust, and remember, it doesn't apply to spendthrift trust, so therefore restraint on alienation is perfectly valid under the 14th Amendment, and that makes the Social Security number okay. The Federal Reserve Act is okay. It's all legal and lawful. On page 110, statutory and constitutional provisions. Ever since the passage of these statutes, and we're talking about quiem toris and other English statutes, okay, the right of alienation has been...
Crack is the interest payment. Now you get it. Now you get it. That's the beauty of it, is understanding how it affected you. You're absolutely right. The crack shit is the payment. They're paying you with and making you become a criminal at the same damn time, which is crazy, but they're paying you in mental abuse help or victim of crime or crack, Good Samaritan. Oh my goodness, that's manifest destiny.
Of an estate in fee simple. And
that's American Red Cross. We get paid for helping them? Yeah. Okay, so just keep them in a perilous state. Keep them needing our help.
One which cannot be avoided except by an agreement which is not unlawful, impossible, or repugnant to the grant, or inconsistent with enjoyment of the estate granted. Okay, that's how they created the 14th Amendment. It truly is not repugnant to this. Okay? Like I said, you can't have a large estate and make it into smaller estates. So, again, we
so you can take a larger estate and make it into smaller estate, depending on the GP of that estate. So you can make a King George state 50 estates. You get me? And have 50 governors running each group of free people. You understand what I'm saying? And so you got a whole complex that's pretending to be speaking on behalf of you running the state, but adhere to federal and law of the sea at a whole nother national level. So you're confused. Is the state running it? Is the national level? Is weed legal? You're not seeing it. Wow, it's kind of scheme to take from your inherited benefits that's owed to you.
The 14th Amendment doesn't, the restraint on alienation is not applied.
I mean, we're talking 13th and 14th Amendment. 13th Amendment make us slaves if we criminals, right? Remember, we become criminals just by not having no job back in the day. So 13th, and then the 14th Amendment ripped your trust from you. This is why you need to go to jail. This is why they need to take from you. And it's kind of like legal contract of you're not capable. It's like an asylum.
But it does apply to this. So we got to go for that allodial title, that fee simple absolute. On page 119, restraints as to persons. According to the prevailing rule, where a deed or device in fee simple contains a provision or condition limiting the class of persons to whom the property may be aliened, or excluding a certain person or class of persons from owning such property, such an attempt or limitation on the right of the grantee or devisee to alien the land is void. We keep coming up with this voidable thing under the restraint on alienation. Did I mention that I sent the Social Security Department a affidavit in support of restraint on alienation? I defined their restraint on alienation as a number that they had given me under mistake of law through non-disclosure. This is a nice two-page little article. It's an affidavit, basically. Unlike the revocation of powers of attorneys that some people are putting in, this hits straight toward an estate because I brought that up. The fee simple absolute. I put them on notice again and again. It's about the fourth time I put them on notice of something, but this time it's on their restraint of alienation.
Any response?
It was just a couple weeks ago that I did this.
No response yet?
No, I gave them 10 days, but they didn't respond in 10 days. So.
That's all I give you.
Hey, 5 minutes is too long. Yes, that's right. That's how long to give you. And we're going to continue on here further. Let's see, where are we here now? On page... You'll find something that says up the top on the left-hand corner, section 275, general provisions. This comes from the California Probate Code. Section 275, beneficiary filing disclaimer. A beneficiary may disclaim any interest in whole or in part by filing a disclaimer as provided in this part. What are we disclaiming? This is under probate code. We are disclaiming being a beneficiary under the constructive spendthrift trust by implication of law. We are revoking elections. Disclaiming. We are not going to take under the will. Okay? It's a disclaimer. This is the probate code. This gives you a right to disclaim taking under the will or, revoking those elections or saying, hey, something about the elections that was forced on you. On the next page is section 280. Filing of disclaimer. A disclaimer may be filed with any of the following. Number 1, the Superior Court. A disclaimer shall be filed with any of the following. Number 1, the Superior Court in the county, etc. Number 2, the trustee, personal representative, or either fiduciary or person responsible for distributing the interest to the beneficiary. Now, this is the government.
So why you supposed to be getting the interest off of what? Off of what? As I told you before, I believe that they're on your property, and they don't want to say it because it's kind of like a control. It's like, we've had control over you, and you're so in control, right? but if you just are given what's owed to you, you're in compliance. So only people keeping you in jail is the beneficial mothers out there and fathers who need assistance from the government and Washington, D.C. Your ignorance of the law is no excuse. Or any time you can say no.
The trustee, the representative, the corporate capacity. Okay, you can file your disclaimer of testamentary interests, as you may, with the government, state, federal, etc. Number 3, any other person having custody or possession of or legal title to the interest. Could that be the banks? Number 4, the creator of the interest. I think they're dead. 4B, the disclaimer in this part.
I think you heard him. I think they're dead. Now she's supposed to be talking about her, but the creator of the interest, it will be you, because you're born. And like Sid just said, the chief cornerstone makes more chief cornerstones. Little mini-me's running around of heads of households in the states. We're talking Mortmain, we're talking all of this stuff. So if he's giving you the air and he's emancipating you and giving you freedom and making you head of household when stood upright and you pay your debts back to the society, which is the church, the law, the tithe, so they can give offerings to the God, and that's the way this stuff works. But you took the law out the church, put the church into women's hand and crooked pastors who take charity federal government grant. You understand what I'm saying? And now they come out years and years and years later as the name Creflo Dollar and say, oops, I may have been wrong. Well, yeah, you have.
Filed with the county, recorded in the like manner and with a like effect as a grant of real property, and all statutory provisions relating to the recordation or non-recordation of conveyances of real property and to the effect thereof applying to the disclaimer with like effect. Now, I tried to file my disclaimer with the county recorder pursuant to this section, and they have refused me not once, not twice, but 3 times. Now, I figure if they refuse to file it, it must be valid.
Not only valid, but probably deadly.
It's probably deadly.
pardon me, it's not that Israel, she thinks Israel is dead. She knows Israel is dead, and she knows that you're dead, and that you're in this whole Mortmain situation that you've chose to place yourself in means that you're in a dead state. You're dead, and they are alive. Whether it be the federal government, the whole phantom ship don't came alive. It made and docked on your land. The whole thing. So she knows you're dead. The scripture talks about you being dead. Definitely dead. I mean, we just got finished with George Floyd, Mike Brown, dead niggas everywhere. Dead. Dead. You heard Biden. Get him. Get him. Dead, nigga. You know what that mean? Ain't that she think you dead. You niggas, you dead. You playing, Matthew. Oh, but nigga, I just got finished talking about dead in the womb. They've been trying to kill you. They've been trying to get you in the womb. And she don't think nothing. She know. You'll never make it out. You dead.
But we shall pursue.
At this type of shit, you're dead, sir.
And continue. Okay, probate code. Probate court is an Article 3 court. Believe it or don't. And the probate codes have wonderful remedies regarding the breaches of trusts and the accountability of the trustees and making account to you. Utilizing it, I don't know. I haven't applied it in that direction as yet. But it looks like a possibility and could open up several doors. I would love to open some doors in probate court. This is a trust. That's where it belongs. It's the 14th Amendment. It's a trust. That's where it belongs. And it doesn't matter if it's a court of equity or not, because once a trust is brought in, the court has to look at the trust first. And other laws later. The trust comes first.
They are in the backgrounds playing political games, and we have no idea what's going on. Only thing we know is these little artists and people are dying, keeping us in a perilous state, keeping us asleep, keeping us locked into emotionally these storylines when we should be politically correct. We should know this. Embarrassing.
Now, page 188, section 278. Here we discuss the disclaimer and what you're disclaiming. You're disclaiming your election to take under the will, the 14th Amendment codicil. You want to disclaim it. You want to tell them that they took you. They committed non-disclosure.
They took you. They took you. Dead mentally and spiritually. Thanks, Professor One. Yes, thank you. Exactly. Both. Spiritually and mentally and physically. All of them dead. Trifecta right there.
They didn't tell you of your rights.
They took you
as an heir to this estate.
Did they tell you was an heir to this estate? No.
They told you you were someone else.
They told me I was black. and was from Africa. You understand? Who in my class? Do you understand? They told me I was black and from Africa. That's what they told me. What they tell you? All right then.
And that it was an inferior estate.
And that it was an inferior. What did Tupac say? They claim we inferior. Then why the fuck these devils fear us? I'm watching my nation die, genocide the cause. Expect a bloodbath. The aftermath is yours. What'd he say? I told you Pac was the realest. He was the realest black man. Tupac was the realest. What'd he say? I'm trying to, that don't make sense. He said, man, he said, they claim we inferior. Then why the fuck these devils fear us? Now you thinking, cause we'll do this. No. We talking about the S Corporation on the side of Nip Head. Prolific on the side of Nip Head. All the code words to what? Man, Kev, what? You gotta see the man. You don't see it. You don't see it. And then he say what? God will rise. Because the one that's gonna crack this code is what? That's rap. That's what Tupac was on. I ain't gonna change the world, but I guarantee my brain has something to do with this. And that's because he was right, because it is. He's trying to explain to you the after effect of this. We just went through the 94 crime. We just saw that. We can't. So a nigga say I can't help with that. I can't push thug life when that's a part of this. I gotta change this. I gotta heal this situation because they trying to kill us, and it's on us to change. Try to find a way to make it out the game. I leave this in hope that God see my life is pure, or something he say. That shit this crazy, G.
The guidelines on how to make one.
This is real.
Page 203 in section 295. Effective federal law, transfers of or disclaimers. Notwithstanding any other provision of this part, if as a result a disclaimer or transfer, the disclaimed or transferred interest is treated pursuant to the provisions of Title 26 of the United States Code, as now or hereafter amended, or any successor statute thereto, and the regulation promulgated thereunder as never having been transferred to the beneficiary, then the disclaimer or transfer is effective as a disclaimer.
Because you may say, wait a minute. This is Supreme Court. This is law. Once you organize yourself and accept who you are and your history and your God and your law, there's nothing can stop you. Nothing on earth. You can change this whole dynamic today because you're dealing with a puppet government who has been placed over you because you choose.
Disclaimer under this part. Here we have Title 26 in the probate code. My.
No wonder the never cease.
Now, as an estate and as A conveying Blackacre to B and his heirs,
what she say? She started speaking pig Latin again. Press 1. She started speaking pig Latin again.
Notwithstanding any other provision of this part, if as a result a disclaimer or transfer, the disclaimed or transferred interest is treated pursuant to the provisions of Title 26 of the United States Code, as now or hereafter amended, or any successor statute.
Doesn't matter, here or after amended. To be not amended, before amended, you try to amend it, this is what it is.
There too. And the regulation promulgated thereunder as never having been transferred to the beneficiary, then the disclaimer or transfer is effective as a disclaimer under this part. Here we have Title 26.
But they're going to be getting to a point in a minute where it starts immediately. As soon as this beneficiary steps up and claim, everything changes. As soon as this damn it doesn't matter what it was amended, it doesn't matter nothing about nothing. This is about right.
Probate code.
Real right. Facts.
My.
That's what she said. It's daily blow.
Now,
these people wake up. It's a daily blow.
As an estate, and as A conveying Blackacre to B and his heirs, in law, under common law, under English law, the heirs had to be lawful heirs. And when there were heirs, there had to have been a marriage.
Where's the Indian? Where's Dan Calloway now? Huh? Where's Dan Calloway? Don't tell me about no Dan Calloway. That when George Washington is a Negro. It's meat and potatoes.
A marriage between the testator or whoever was doing a wife, because if there weren't...
Whoever was doing what? All right then. All right then.
The posterity would be bastards.
See?
Unable to inherit.
You see? Are we getting to the meat and potatoes? Sound familiar? Mediocre? Told you. I'm not stopping.
My.
I'm not stopping. Bastard children.
Now,
unable.
As an estate, and as A conveying Blackacre to B and his heirs, in law, under common law, under English law, the heirs had to be lawful heirs. And when there were heirs, there had to have been a marriage.
Facts.
A marriage between the testator.
Do you want bastard children? Time to get married. It's not because you woke to be a bad bitch or a player ass nigga. Oh, it's much deeper than all this other mumbo jumbo y'all talking, G.
Or whoever was doing a wife, because if there weren't, the posterity would be bastards.
Told you.
Unable to inherit.
Told you.
In metaphysical thinking, there is a wife who created the posterity of this country, a mother. Your mother. My mother. My mother country.
Bingo. You see? That sounds like some Russian communism shit, right? My mother, listen to this.
The founding fathers were married to America, and America gave birth to the heirs. Of liberty. In this metaphysical line of thinking, in order to separate and segregate the estate, we can utilize dower, assigned dower. It literally separates the estate.
You get it? You get it?
We give the widow 1/3 of the estate.
We give the widow 1/3 of the estate. What did that dude just get? What did the dude from Wakanda just get? 1/3 of the estate. What, he passed away, right? His wife got what?
We can give her this.
Told you.
The rest all comes with it. Now this is metaphysical thinking. How to do it? We've been trying to get in an assignment of dower also to separate the estate.
See? We need those estates separated.
And it sounds interesting, unusual, but it was a valid thing. And they were married to America. And the heirs are not bastards. We are lawful heirs.
Not you. Y'all from over there, but insane, right?
So we must have a mother, and she deserves to be assigned her dower. And it does separate the estate and get it out of other people's hands. It could be something fun to play with. In dower, you can quarantine the estate.
Not like this. Not like this.
Is this not the best fucking history class ever? How many hours I've been on? 4 hours and 10 minutes. This is the best information.
Her estate. Just put it on sheer quarantine. Okay, these are some very beautiful things to look at, because she is your mother country. She is my mother country. She is your mother country, no matter what color, sex, religion, race, or anything that you are. She's my mother, my spiritual mother.
Impossible.
Read the dower sections that I put in here. Try to relate back to what I said or am saying.
The state as parents and patria is perfect for this.
Saying here.
Oh my goodness.
Here on page 222.
She's actually telling how to get the estate, right? She's telling them, kick it. She's like putting them on game.
Second paragraph. The assignment of dower is essentially a different thing from dower itself. Dower is an estate, while the assignment of dower relates to the remedy for segregating the estate.
Remember? Segregation.
Now, it's very difficult to segregate our estate from this corporate function that is going on, this mortmain situation we have. You know, God forbid, we don't want a war, we don't want bloodshed, but dower could be a possible legal way of segregating the estate. I don't...
Pity the poor widow's son. So make the black woman cry. They're killing their kids.
Foresee much hope in it, but it's a beautiful line of thought, because now we're going to get into the law of real property.
Nothing to care about. Put it behind Mark Brown. Put it behind. Put it under these names and
characteristics. Okay, now the 14th Amendment over here. Section 12, and that's page 58. A tenant for life of a possessory estate has a right to the undisturbed possession of the land and to the income and profits. Now we're getting into life estates. 14th Amendment is a life estate.
So now they're able to take your property, get in. Once they got the benefit, they're able to
use and enjoyment of the premises is limited by the law.
Because you don't have no control really, because you are
under duty to refrain from any act which will diminish the value of the reversion or the remainder, if such an act is also under all of the circumstances an unreasonable use of the premises. This particular area defines the 14th Amendment estate. Okay, not the trust. The trust falls under the estate. Everything goes in a nice lineal fashion. Okay, we start with the estate up here, and everything falls beneath it. There's things that fall beneath this estate, and under the 14th Amendment estate, other things fall. So these things, these estates have been established hundreds, who knows, thousands of years back. It's like a scientific formula. They have it down pat. They know exactly, whoever they are, know exactly what something is.
And who is who.
How it behaves, how it acts, and you don't.
That's right. Totally unaware.
I swear, they must have diminished the value again.
I'm trying to tell you. This goes back to the law of redemption. This has been going on for thousands of years.
These estates normally involve a duty on the part of the estate holder to make a periodic payment for the use of the land. How about the yearly 1040?
Remember? The law of redemption. Remember. All right? So this is huge. This is biblical. They are required to prioritize your claim first. And who's first? Well, the first shall be the last. And if it's a George Washington, it's the Washington and these guys, then it's the same family all over again. It must be the same claimage. It must be heirs, actual heirs, and not white people, not foreigners playing roles. It has to be the actual person and then people. I mean, that is the process of the salvage situation we got here.
They compromise the core of the landlord-tenant relationship. Ever feel like you were just a tenant on your own property?
You get it?
I swear they are diminishing the estate.
Y'all with me on my bucket, but that's what makes that real. I believe in the Bible for real. I believe in the Bible like never-ending story type. Like this shit going on right now, and you say it, then I better get my shit right there. You know.
We're going back into feudal times, into slavery. Let's go to volume 49, Landlords and Tenants. There's more.
Look.
This goes into whether you, now this is where employment comes in as a tenant, and I want you to read this at your leisure. See if I can, okay, while a deduction from wages of a specific sum for the use of the premises or the absence of such an arrangement would be a material circumstance, it would not be in all cases conclusive either way. Here we're talking about a deduction from wages for use of premises.
A deduction.
Now, we're not going
to deduction of wages for use of premises. Oh my God.
I'm going to go into that right now, but this is, you know, here now we have a W-4 form coming in. What premises are we using? So obviously the
comes from the estate in Tennessee. I mean, oh my goodness. So they charge you to be on your own land because they're in charge of your trust. And since they don't want their own, they want oh my goodness. That's why all your property owners are like foreigners. They come over once in a while. They send them Latinos over there to fix stuff. But more than less, they're like foreign.
States are being diminished. And on page 325, you will find the W-4 further defined under assignment. This is from Amjur 2D, and assignment for the benefit of creditors. A general assignment for the benefit of creditors is ordinarily a conveyance by a debtor without consideration from the grantee of substantially all his property to a party in trust to collect the amount owing to him.
Oh my goodness.
Down further it says something about return the surplus, if any, to the debtor.
Okay.
The common law, next paragraph, also embraced, in addition to the general assignments, a non-liquidating device known as a partial assignment, by which a debtor could transfer a part of his property in payment of creditors.
Pause. Elisa Hill, stop typing and call it in. Some black women are doing this to themselves. We've done it. There's no some. You too. What are you typing for? You too. Alicia, you too. Kev is bringing new information and you think you know. You don't know. I know. That's why I'm showing you. You don't know this? I mean, black women doing this to themselves. You too. Scriptures say the whole world is deceived.
Now, does this sound like a W-4? And under the principle that a debtor may, while he retains dominion over his property, dispose of it as he chooses. An assignment of part of his property to part of his creditors was valid unless it could be attacked as a fraudulent conveyance. Here we have, remember, an exempt W-4? Was valid unless it could be attacked for fraudulent conveyance. Page 232, I try to show that the assignment, the W-4, is an assignment as security. Wage assignments, of course, wage assignments are something totally different in the minds of human beings, but I see the W-4 as an assignment for the benefit of creditors. Okay.
Exactly.
And you do, it's partial. Origin and development of death taxes. Now, since everything has to work together, okay, someone has to die in order for a gift tax or an inheritance tax to apply.
You got it? Somebody got to die.
In our case, the heir dies.
The heir dies. Yes. Oh, this is the best part. Oh, yeah, you want to earn something. That's right. That's right. You see why Jesus died? For the whole world. I told you, Gentiles. So you believe in Jesus, right? All right then. All right then.
The 14th Amendment citizen is responsible for the estate or gift tax.
Huh? So why you die? The other them, which is you. There's two names. Who dies? You. What? What? In this world, you got two names on the table. One black, one white. Who dies? You, nigga.
The trust. And I want you to go through that when you can.
That's right. But they don't understand that. The heir already died. That's right. We know this. But this is the whole point of it. This is what I'm saying. These stories are history. This is history.
Inheritance taxes. These are very important things.
So when Jesus come back, right? What is he coming back to do? Hey, everybody. No, he died for the estate of the whole world. You know what the estate of the whole world is? You know what that title of Christ is? That's the title of the redemption process. Okay? So they're not really waiting on Jesus. They really don't know what that is. What the Pope own? The whole world. How long the Pope been in power? 1,000 years of made up malarkey. Press one. Let me get back to this script and go get my Uber brunch. I got here, this lunch I got here.
The legislature has the power to classify property for estate tax purposes. Now, when you look at our state and the 14th Amendment state, the legislature has the power to classify the estates for tax purposes. Since the 14th Amendment is an estate, they have the power to classify that tax, and it would have to be either an estate tax or something else. Now, when I started researching this on the label, I wanted to find out if the 1040 was a will, a codicil, or what. And what I ended up with was that the 1040 is a gift tax. Indeed. That it was a deed, not a will or a codicil, because it took the description more of a deed than it did a will. It is an absolute gift to a charitable use, a corporation in Maine for a charitable use. Now, I thought perhaps it could be an estate tax, but gift tax supports it better in my eyes. If you find that it's different, let me know. Let me know.
Also, the 6209 manual lists the W-4 as a gift form.
That's right. The 6405, what manual? IRM?
The 6209, I think.
Okay, the Internal Revenue Manual 6209 lists the W-4 as a gift tax.
Classified gift.
On page 860, Bills and Notes, section 54.
I come back in and I say, what are they going to say when I get back upstairs in this chat room and somebody say, so the new covenant is a new trust?
Not like this. Not like this.
The meat and potatoes, Matthew. The meat and potatoes.
A note, an evidence of debt. Okay, we are discussing. As a chosen action, a promissory note of a third person or other evidence of debt together with...
Matthew, as I eat my french fries, I realize you people don't even know what the kingdom is. They can't even see the kingdom. I'm Matthew. I'm Brittany. For his glory. I can't see the kingdom, Lewis. They faith is low. That's all we'll make them believe.
Any security may be the subject of a gift inter vivus. Right here it says that you can give a debt as a gift.
You can give a debt as a gift.
Well, I want you to know that those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debt. And you are giving your evidences of debt as gifts. Or you're transferring.
So, you get it? Here it is.
Or conveying them to other people. Okay, so there you laughed, huh? Those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debts. Because
just a question, the kingdom is not of this world. It's not. See? It's not of this world. This world's kingdom is built on Satan's lie. It's not of this world. But you got to go back to the Lord's Prayer. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That means his kingdom is established right here. That's why I said thy will be done. You know what a will is? The last will and testament. That's the word of God, bro. What are you talking about? Like y'all don't know. You just believe in Mickey Mouse religion. You don't know that this is real. That's the problem, nigga. You believe in Mickey Mouse more than you believe in God. That's why. God is in the word and God is in law. His law is forever. It's a sovereign. Through Christ, you are given sovereignty. If you accept, you rebellious child. So when you don't accept, you curse yourself and it's given into the hands of the ones you serve, which is death itself. Not because he hates you, because you want to gangbang. That's why.
Immortus. Please read Cause Immortus and Gifts, because Cause Immortus is very important. The idea of someone has to die, okay, for a tax on a gift. Okay, and when you think that someone has to die, remember the heir here has died. The 14th Amendment citizen is paying the tax because
the heir died and the 14th Amendment became the tax. Okay? So when he returned, how rich is he? He coming back collect on his return. That's who you serve. An awesome, glorious God. He's going to prove it to you. And it's all his. Legal. You can't say nothing. You're just going to hand it over. There is no conversation. Complete authority. John 16. There is no, I wonder if, I don't know if it's Billy, I don't know. It's complete authority. And you let them convince you the Antichrist is coming when you've been serving Satan for 1,000 years. Fool.
the estate or some sort of estate has transferred. It's all metaphysical, but has transferred to a 14th Amendment citizen. The 14th Amendment citizen has to pay a gift tax because the heir is dead. The 14th Amendment citizen.
As I watch Fantasia, Mickey Mouse is the motherfucking man. Doing as much sorcery as he can. This motherfucker built the Tower of Babel of Satan, nigga. Right in the house of God, nigga. And when that white man came back, press one, and caught Mickey Mouse, I'm explaining to you, little religious Christian, and Mickey Mouse had the broom in his hand. No plausible deniability when you got the gun in your hand, fool. So he just handed this shit over. There was no debate. Wait a minute, that's not yours. And you know it's not.
And genocided them, along with the government.
Wait a minute, she just said genocide.
It's conspiracy.
Oh my goodness.
None dare call it the 14th Amendment citizen genocided them.
Oh, 14th Amendment did what? Paper genocided them. Say it again, white lady.
Transferring them or conveying them to other people.
Told you. I'm the king, nigga. I'm the king.
Okay, so yeah, there you laughed, huh? Those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debts.
Mr. Gillespie.
Cause Immortus. Please read Cause Immortus and Gifts.
Look at this.
Because Cause Immortus is very important. The idea of someone has to die, okay, for a tax on a gift. Okay, and when you think that someone has to die, remember the heir here has died. The 14th Amendment citizen is paying the tax because the estate or some sort of estate has transferred. It's all metaphysical, but has transferred to a 14th Amendment citizen. The 14th Amendment citizen has to pay a gift tax because the heir is dead. The 14th Amendment citizen genocided them, along with the government.
Wow.
It's conspiracy.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Lord. No other God before me is what he said. That's what he said. Yeah, you're going to learn it. No other God before me. That's what he said. Unbelievable. See how she said that while she was walking and flipping over that book? Yashir, but you damn right it's real, Yashir. What you think we have faith for? Your star, what's your name? Your star. Yeah. Damn right it's real. It's very real. I know we knew it was real, but now you know it's real. You get me? Parable ass language we got. Now you know it's real again. Huh? Genocide. Whacked them. Huh? Holocaust. What I tell you? Over 100 million people. And wiped you off the roads. This shit just happened. Don't let Dane Calloway tell you you a Indian. You hear me, you star? Huh? I see. Let me put this burger up. See? You don't make me mad. I told them they shouldn't have killed my cousin. Then they killed Nipsey Hussle. I said, wrong nigga. Wrong one, motherfucker. I told you. Wrong one. Every bit of piece of my guy to my nephew and Nip at the same motherfucking place, at the same motherfucking time, press one. Y'all motherfuckers gonna feel this one. Bring out the champagne motherfucking glasses, motherfucking condom, and that one on me. Press one. I was all good on earth playing video games, minding my motherfucking business. But y'all fucked up and want to do shit you wasn't supposed to do. Now we talking genocide. Press one. See? All the evil, you done woke up. The worst nigga. Press one. The good nigga. I can do this shit all day long. I used to hang out on corners, man. We used to talk so much shit all day long and pretend we were looking for jobs. But God has touched my heart. We used to pretend all type of shit for hours and hours and hours and hours on end. You damn right I can do this. That's how you know you're doing what you're supposed to do in life. Y'all learned this from Jack Canfield. You got to make a buck or two doing what you're naturally good at. And then let that just take over. Now, when you let that take over your bills and stuff, you on your way to success. You paying your bills with your natural ability. Don't feel like work, do it. You tell me I was spending 8 to 12 hours a day for $50 to $60? This is stupid. This is stupid. Logan Paul is winning like a motherfucker. Press one. This motherfucker is winning like a motherfucker. This is YouTube. All right, for sure. Anything to get the truth out. You heard her. Genocide. Genocide. That's 43 minutes in. Genocide. Everybody knows this. Genocide. Holocaust. I told you, nobody speaks of our genocide. But Tupac Shakur, the great, I'll tell you what, the great Tupac Shakur talks about the genocide, and Kev Gill. Not too many people speak about the genocide that's going on with the Afro-Americans and how it was constructed. Not what you see in front of you, how what you see was put there to give these people less credibility in court. Press one. So we got to get back to these trusts. We got to get back to understanding to how we fail. As I said, it's going to hurt. You know, that's why I have fun with it. Like Tupac say, smile. But the point is, the plan is to end the Clinton Max prison facilities, who's making all of this profits off of the imprisonment. I want to end the Jay-Z probation, Rock Nation, anklet monitoring program. I want to end all surveillance on all airs. Press one. Press one. That shit right there. Press one going to be the slogan of the future. Press one. Uno, how you say press one in Spanish? She say puede. Press one. She say puede. They say, this woman say they genocided them. Them in the federal government. Well, who is they? They genocided them. Listen to me. They genocided them. Them in the federal government, they genocided them. The heirs, no, they genocided them. I'm doing all this work, and she up here talking about they genocided them, just like that. You genocided them, flipping over your book, they genocided them. Genocide, family. You know what genocide is? Holocaust. Press 1. Holocaust. Oh, she not telling nothing. She around her friends talking, and all of them know. She ain't telling nothing that nobody else know. Genocided they are. Holocaust them, burned them up. Yeah, got them to fuck up out of here so we can get these trusts that's wide open, that's ours. Press 1, because that little story that we told, we been here. We heirs too. Press 1, fuck that. We need a big whop right now. We got to understand that. We got to understand that. Press 1, y'all done lost y'all rabbit ass mind. They genocided them. Damn. That's the Daughters of the Confederacy right there. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. I can't do it no more. Let's go home. Shit, press 1. Damn. I missed that the first time. They genocided their ass. Yeah, just wipe their ass right out, the government. What? Yeah, we put crack, nigga. Them? The heirs? Oh, you see them right now on the street. You don't know who the heirs are? You don't know who God's people is? You don't know God's people? Go through a drive-thru, watch them come up asking for money. We brought their ass down. You understand? We brought God's people down to our level. You feel me? They live amongst the kings and queens and the heirs of God and all that. That's what it's about. Without you even knowing. Without you paying. You so caught up in their entertainment. That's why you ain't got no soul. Because you in their entertainment world. Playing around. You got to get back and remember and connect back with us. You know, that's what that movie Soul was about. Other than the Dizzy Gillespie and these storylines like this was, you know, spending so much time in entertainment and stuff like that and not being able to be with family or connect with an individual in real life. People know you, but you don't know them. You know what I'm saying? Shit wild when you think about it. But we got to get back to that shit. Ain't no soul in the music no more, because you don't control the music industry. And when you let soulless individuals control the music industry, what do soulless individuals want to hear? Destruction, death and destruction. What do they think works? Death and destruction. More. When you're dealing with Nazism and stuff, that's a death cult. That's why the cult is Skull and Bones. That's not no original builder stuff. All these pledgers and all this stuff came after the fall of true royalty. The real Magna Carta, press 1. The real one. And they split it within themselves and got rich a little bit. You know, Jay-Z and them just happy to be in the presence of what they think is royalty. They don't know that one day, soon, they have to return that. And not because it's a mythical story book, because it's law. And once these people wake up to law, they're going to have your ass legally. I don't know what to tell you about the judgment that's for y'all. That's just divine law. You don't even gotta raise a weapon to beat your ass. All I gotta do is upgrade my mentality and know how to talk to you, per se. Do the same dance you do. You try to convince me that we just bad people and deserve jail and all this. I'm telling you, when I went there, I seen all the innocent in their face, like, damn, that y'all have no idea what the fuck, how y'all got here. That's a shame. That's crazy. It's a whole nother race, a whole nother nation of individuals, underground, in huge towers, all over the place, charging up the state. All the beneficiaries of enslaved nigga. You just look rows, nigga, of niggas. Young men, old men, handsome men, ugly, disabled, don't fucking matter. All of them in the same position. Same with the women, probably rows of these bras. Press one. It's probably fucking nigga. Whole bunch of stolen beneficiaries, when given a chance, would never had made that decision or had enough money to pay for rehabilitation. You ain't trying to hear no rehabilitation. We know that. So with my access to my beneficiary, with my shit, or let me give it to that nigga over there, because I need some help. Because as long as it's not with you, I don't need it with you. I don't trust you. See, you done lost all trust. That's your job, is to maintain a level of trust. Now I don't trust you. Now I don't trust you. So it becomes a whole different ballgame. I don't want you in possession. You's a murder me, you will murder me. You will stick me, you nigga, with a pill. You will stick me with something. The type of estate I got, you will do something stupid to me. I gotta be able to trust my accountants and people who are letting me know what I have, because I'm just a simple person. Press one. I need people around me that know these numbers. I hire my own agent person. I hire my own. I don't need you, because I don't trust you. There's no other reason why I should trust you, right? I mean, when y'all catch us stealing as employees, you didn't tell us. No, we couldn't say nothing. Remember, we couldn't say nothing. Nigga, they was fired. My nigga looked at me and said, "Nigga, I'm finna fuck your life up. Who made you a manager? In a month, you fired. Fuck you in your life." What the fuck? And then, see? But that's our experiences. I don't know what y'all experiences is. I don't know. They just fuck your life. Nigga, fuck what you got going on at home. I don't like the position you hold now. I'm fired. Press one. After they put you in a non-trust state, put their ass in a non-trust state. And as long as Salsa Walker exists, Whack 100, you will never be free. As long as little operatives with little ponytails and little pigtails and gangs and setup artists and people who work for the state to keep us offset exist, we'll never be free. I'm against them entirely. Because I value freedom over my relationship with immoral, what did they call them? What Joe Biden called them? That's not me. You ain't talking to me. But I know some niggas. You ain't talking to me. I know some niggas who need some help. You not talking to me, though. You don't turn these niggas into savages. I ain't gonna lie to you. They need help. They do not need no control. They gonna give it right back to you. That's what they don't need. Press 1. Last thing you need is a bunch of gangbangers robbing each other for estates. What the fuck is y'all doing? Y'all, I don't know. I just saw a ball out of cash. But you have your own wad. 4 pockets full. Why are you? No, he was flexing and looking at me. I can't have that, bro. He was flexing right there. What was he flexing on you with? Right there. Looking at shit right there. Press 1. He's right there with the card with the rim. Fuck that. And yours says what? He wasn't fucking with me. Why you shoot him? Why you rob him? That's what. So, you know, it's a whole method to the madness. But as you can see, you finally have a white person admitting to genocide and some form of Holocaust. Some form of Holocaust. Lord have mercy. Let's get back to this lady.
None dare call it conspiracy. Now, I want to wrap this up very quickly, and we're going to go to Title 26.
They said, we got to get these books.
Well, I want you to know that those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debt. And you are giving your evidences of debt as gifts. Or you're transferring them or conveying them to other people. Okay, so there you laughed, huh? Those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debts. Causa mortis. Please read Causa mortis and gifts, because Causa mortis is very important. The idea of someone has to die, okay, for a tax on a gift. Okay, and when you think that someone has to die, remember the heir here has died. The 14th Amendment citizen is paying the tax because the estate or some sort of estate has transferred. It's all metaphysical, but has transferred to a 14th Amendment citizen. The 14th Amendment citizen has to pay a gift tax because.
So you see how what she said, the metaphysical story and the legal story is one and the same? You see? That's where people say the New Testament is this and the Old Testament is that. When you're right. You get what I'm saying? It is allegorical, put in a way of law, legal term. So in a sense, you're right. In a sense, you're right. You're right. You're right. It just, you got to be, if you don't connect it to law, you're cutting yourself thin, only taking the spiritual side, or what the scientific people will call the metaphysical side. Fine. You know what I'm saying? The metaphysical side of it without implying law, because they are. You see? They know, okay, this is how it's looking in scripture. It's like this. Metaphysical was like, remember this story? And we're like, wait a minute, Jesus walked and died on the cross and then he went like this. They like, yeah, whatever. Right? You're like, oh, y'all antichrist, y'all this one. But you just don't fucking know the other half of the law, so you out of bounds. You know what I'm saying? You would know, both of you hypocrites. So the capitalists don't care about being no hypocrite spiritually if he's legally entitled to. Your ass is out of bounds. He winning. Your ass out of bounds. You got to get in bounds.
Is dead. The 14th Amendment citizen
allegorical
genocided them, along with the
and literal. So you got to think of the writers being heirs, knowing that a capitalist, demonic style thing, and you have thousands of years of. So how is this going to play out? You get what I'm saying? So you're reading and you're like, oh man, that don't make sense. What's going on here? And then you following dogma, religion here. Some of you Christian, Catholic, this one, that one, that one, that one. Oh, so many denominations, and everybody missing like the Sinetter effect. This Sinetter come in. The white man, the devil, you know, it just allows so much of this other shit to come in when it's really just stories and a lot of parables and some allegorical, some kept in, some taken out because it's not neat. We're staying in a form of 1,000 years of traditions and then in captivity. Just like they said in the Law of Redemption, they knew their captivity was coming. It's the same story about Montezuma knowing that Spaniards was coming and they were going into captivity and they were going to get all their gold stolen. Hence Montezuma's revenge. Same story.
A government. It's
Same
conspiracy. None dare call it conspiracy. Now, I want to
instead of in the Montezuma, he returns as what? The golden child, the emperor. And remember Eddie Murphy? You feel me? Who also played in what? Trading Places. You get it? Because they keep the same prototype person playing the whatchamacallit. Then they got the goofy ass Chris Rock playing who? The head of state. The nigga from New Jack City. In the hood, now nigga, from the crack era, Pookie, Ray nigga. This is all metaphysical, G. I'm like, who in here? Who dares challenge Kev Gill? Press 1. You see what I'm saying? You see how it's all related? Like, wait a minute. Pookie and Ray, the crack baby is the head of state? Exactly. Exactly. You see? Talk about decoding the matrix. Y'all ain't never heard that. Who's the monkey head of state? Todd like this. That's why I love this nigga. Anytime y'all can get it. Todd walking back across the stage like an East Coast battle rapper. Told y'all niggas, y'all go get this work. Get them, Kev. Get their ass. Get this work. Press 1. Fuck that. I got it because I see it now. You know what I'm saying? It's important. Pookie for president, yeah, but not Pookie for president. Pookie is an heir, a product of the crack era, but he's an heir. Not that Pookie became president. Pookie is a head of state. You know what the head of state is? That's the president. Okay? How many crack baby presidents? That's why I said a royal is different from the Magna Carta is different from these little rights these people got. That's not right. Being allowed to drive around with a license. That's not right. That's liberty. That's like you can hang out type of shit. Yo shit is like Jay-Z type shit. Like untouchable type shit. You know. 12 G-Wagons and how the Russians look when they go places. That's how you supposed to be. Like Young Dolph. Press 1. You're supposed to be like that. Chappelle did a skit as well. Chappelle did a few skits. But I knew that was going to hit because it's like, damn, they use the same characters like Jack from the Titanic. That's a royal on the ship that they sunk. It wasn't the Titanic though, but that's the story where the royals were on that ship and they sunk it. They did something. The captain and all these motherfuckers, they had a plot to sink the ship, and so that it looked like they deserted their kingdom. You get it? So the ship is off on a voyage somewhere, never to return. They're traveling the seas with dead people on it who are alive but dead. You understand what I'm saying? You remember on the Titanic, the white old German woman took the Diamond Hope. That's the mother shit. That's the thing. She's manifest destiny. She stole the title of authority. You get it? That's why they say Charles gave it for the first time in monarch history, gave the title to a woman. No, impossible. The woman is of the church. Oh, y'all so crazy. You get me? And that's why they said that Hitler said about the crown jewels. Well, not just Hitler said nothing. Kev said much more. Head of state and president is two within one. The president is the orchestrator of the major trust, but the head of state is the head of house. That's the estate, the head of household. You see, that's why they're giving up their beneficiary. I mean, they're giving it up to be federal civilians to fit in, I guess. I don't know why we do this, but when really you're an heir. That's why they say he's coming in the air, because he's coming above the law. He's coming above. He's coming like, nigga. He's coming as an heir. He's coming in all of his glory, in this whole, and as a birthright born heir. That's how he's coming. No, there's no falsifying, no authority. Press one at all. That's right there. That's how he's rocking. So is the head of state is like that, and until you become like the crack era, until they become emancipated and become men, and they can take possession. They don't need a president. The president is there to run Washington, D.C. in the corporate affairs of the corporation. After you awaken and become, there is no corporation. There is no corporation. There is no Catholic Church. There's no running. They run in Congress, overthrowing Supreme Court and law and justice and God's word. The Holy Bible is the foundation of this nation. All this other female and male liberty, all that ceases because federally, y'all go pledge with the federal. Y'all are federal, and y'all go off to the Holy See where you belong, to the sea. Press one. Because that's where it's going. So since you are part of that, that's where you're going, right there, to the bottomless pit. That's right over there. Because they don't have any rain. The heirs of the throne being lost at sea this whole time. That's what Pirates of the Caribbean is about. J.P. Morgan, what was those companies? We was East Indian Company. Press one. Trafficking, pirates law, needing a pure heart to keep the ship running. Press one. Told you he has to die, remember? That's what we dealing with here. A bunch of movies keeping that story alive, but you're dead to it, so you don't see Disney alive saying this. Like, you're in the World Fair, right? And all these people's in the Disney Club, right? That's where you at. You in the World Fair, and everybody knows that this your shit, right? But you don't really know that through this Disney type of entertainment godlike thing, you know, it's so entertaining. You would never question, like, well, how is Mickey Mouse or how is Disney sovereign and I'm a slave? Because you come from Africa. You know, you would never be able to figure out why. Because of the entertainment. You can't lie and say the entertainment business ain't been the most detrimental in the last 100 years. So they're taking biblical, historical accounts making mythological, allegorical 3D movies made by Stan Lee. Press 1. So by Disney, Satan's Kingdom. International corporations, land thieves. Press 1. All operating out of Swiss accounts and banking and Catholic Church and all this other shit. You're either with that or you're a part of God's. It just works itself out that way. I don't know how. Boss Trap Bill's son is the heir in the movie. That's what's up. That's what's up. Somebody showed me sent me a video. People send me all type of things. They send me more movies that kind of like go along with what we're saying here, how they keep us fantasizing about the kingdom. It's kind of like this. They want you to think that Jesus died, right? Let's say Jesus died and he was resurrected. But we all know the resurrection symbolizing the rising of the dead. So he didn't resurrect. He ascended. He passed away. He said he was going to come back in John, didn't he? So y'all celebrating Easter just like in the Catholics. And you brought Easter, the mother goddess, sin, death, the mother goddess, into the church to serve the mother host of heaven over the Father. Over the Father. Oh, so we just fucked up big time by allowing this foreign, what they call a beast, on land. That's all, because it's illegal, and that's where you get pirates law, maritime law, and stuff like that. They flooded so many lands, so many black people underground, flooded, mass graves. People built on top of it. There's beach homes on black people. They think it's Indian, so they ain't never got to do nothing. There ain't no Indians. It's you. They walking on sacred land. And so many bodies underground. That's why Lil Wayne says he's a Martian, because he's on a spaceship or airship. No. Oh, maybe he said he may be alien or some type of corporate trust fund baby. There you go. He's a Martian. Plus, he's a lean baby. Maybe he may be loaned out. Maybe an incubator little baby from Nigeria that was brought here. So I don't know. I don't know how he know all them words and just. I don't know. You know, but we were talking. Now that I'm getting used to these words, he maybe have been playing you with alien and spaceships when it's really alien and airship, you know, and stuff like that. But that's not true, because if that was true, he wouldn't have sold all of his masters. So they lie. Press 1. But do lie. The elect, we only need 144,000 times 12 to create a new trust that will last forever. When the 2/3 serve, stop, sir. Matthew, stop. Just stop, G. Just call it in. I don't do all the chat room. This is what you got to do and all. I don't do that. See, I stay focused on the trust, Matthew. And if you can't call it in, there's no reason to, there's no reason for it. I was just giving y'all exactly how it is. You want to say 144,000 and this one and that one. Let's stick to what we are focused on. Too much in a rush. You've been on ran into the wall. Ain't no rush for me. There is no rush for me. My thing is you understanding, Matthew. You calling in and you making your voice heard on the airways. Press 1. So, I'm going to stop that video right there. I've been on the air. I'm going to give y'all brains because it look like y'all don't want to call in right now. And I've been on the air for 5 hours just because more info. But I really enjoy people sticking around for the entire show. That's beautiful. That's 4 or 5 hours of, and I got the report. That man put in work. And what? Yeah, the average watch time. Whoo! The show ain't 10 minutes. Press 1. Press 1. The show ain't fucking 10 minutes. What's my average watch time hour? Press 1. Oh, yes. I feel it again. Press 1. I'll watch my words. Where the fuck you get these watch time hours from? Lord have mercy. But that comes with, working on your craft, as they say, working on your craft, trying to perfect it, fine tune it, a little oil here, less pressure here, always working, trying to get it right. 423 people up in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We'll be back with more George Soros funds all black leadership, the HEDGE fund manager, part 1, stolen legacy, which is really part 20, but part 1 sounds good. Shout out to the family who supported the broadcast on today's show. Let me get to these cash apps. These are all the people who donated during the show. I didn't get a chance to go over them. If I did, well, if more came in, so we're going to keep it going. Mr. James, he said, because this is how I press 1. Shout out to Mr. James, my man in the building. Bobby Williams, Ibram, shout out to you. Marley Lamar Lang, for relearning history. Shout out to you, Mr. Lang. Mrs. Moss, or Shannon Moss, for being an inspiration to read again. Yup. Jason Harris, who blesses your boy with his morning coffee, and Swish driving in circles and with his local at his local warehouse with the forklift. Shout out to the people and the contributors to this program. We'll be back with part 2 tomorrow morning. And damn, just take it slow. I'm gonna post this right here on Patreon. If you have been kicked on Patreon for inactivity, that's your own fault. All you got to do is say, Kev, I don't get tired. I don't get tired. But you got to be about this word, though. Too much information. Too much to be playing. So all you got to do is say, Kev. That's it. Ain't nobody banned or nothing. Ain't nobody did nothing stupid. But inactivity, it will get you blocked. I got the auto kick going around up in there. So I'm gonna post this so my students will be brushed up on this information tonight. And that's the whole part of being about Kev Rowe and the university, because you might learn it today and get the whole complete set. Not set, because I ain't no DVDs, but I'm saying the whole class for tomorrow today. You might be that, and today is one of those days, because I'm finna play my trucking game and listen to the rest of this, come back to class first thing in the morning and kick y'all with this real shit of a stolen legacy, the rise and fall and the rise again of the Negro Empire. And as always, family,